Good evening, everybody. I have a little bit of dinner that I still need to finish eating, but I wanted to try and be as close to on time today as I can be. I think I need to make sure that I am tagged up properly, and then we'll be good to go with the game. Okay, so we've got Book of Hours. We are at the right resolution. I'm very happy that there are still people streaming the game, it seems. So there's always, I notice sometimes when I stream a game that's recently come out, it'll have like a couple days coverage, and then everybody sort of abandons it. But it's neat that I can remember, doing the beta. There wasn't quite the same. I mean, just there are fewer people, right? So. It was always tough to find like Cultist Simulator or Book of Hours. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. But yeah, it was always very pleasant whenever you're used to how do I put it? I don't know. Just I can remember for a while, for a number of games, sort of struggling to try and find someone to host, and I know Book of Hours is the new thing. I know probably by the time I finish a run, it's probably I'll probably be the one of the few who's still streaming it. But I'm still happy that there's multiple people that you can see at any given time. Who do we have here? Tharna, you know what happens when you click the title, right? Yes, I found that. I think that was actually added in the last patch before the launch. Anyways, there was I actually found that on stream, and then I thought, okay, I'm gonna cover up the screen for a little bit so I can see what's going on. But that was a nice touch. What I'm gonna do just before we run into the run too far into the game, I do want to take a quick look at the news, just because Weather Factory have been very busy with the game, and I feel kind of bad for them because obviously they've been working really hard on this, and releasing the game is a big thing, and it just seems that they're working that much harder. And I'm grateful for it, but it's one of these things where if I'm feeling worn out, I can't imagine what the people actually making this game feel like. So, welcome to Hush House. The Perpetual Edition watermark in the bottom left means you bought the game in launch week. So thank you for your early support. You'll get all of the expansions for the game for free forever. Problems? Mail us at support@weatherfactory.biz. Please send us your autosave.json and your player.log from your save directory, and as much detail as you can manage. If you're not sure where that is, click on the feedback and bugs menu button, or go to weatherfactory.biz/bh support. We've got RFS saying, I've been consumed by Book of Hours. I am now words. I'm nothing but ink on a page, and it isn't even helping you read the damn book. I am delighted that you've been enjoying the game so much. I definitely, way back when they did that demo, so they did like an early streamer version for the demo that they put out in, I think, Next Fest or something like that, and I had a very clear idea that I'm very I knew I was gonna like it, you're never guaranteed. I think one thing that's even worth remembering, I didn't really talk about this in the interview, but in one of the talks that the designer, Alexis Kennedy, gives, so you can see those on the GDC Vault, he does actually go over the games that he did that weren't successful. I never want to... The reason I say that is I never want to say, Weather Factory made it, so I knew that it would be good. There is always the chance when somebody does something that it just doesn't turn out, right? That's a risk that anytime you want to do something interesting, there's a risk that happens. But, I had a fairly clear idea of what the thing was going to be and how it lined up with my I don't know, my expectations, I guess. And then the demo kind of came out and was like, yes, it was a little different from what I was expecting. There was a lot more time spent in Brandkrug than I was expecting at the first part of the library. But I definitely got an indication, like, yeah, this is roughly the thing that I was kind of expecting. And then having that opportunity to play the beta, and more importantly, share the beta, it was just this nice process of sort of seeing more and more of the game. It definitely brought me back to the time of being a Kickstarter backer for Cultist Simulator and being able to participate in some of those early betas as well. I feel like I was a worse tester this time around just because so much of the attention was on streaming. But overall, like, I can't complain. It was a lot of fun. So, but yeah. So, but obviously, I'm happy that it's not just, someone like me that's already predisposed towards the game was happy with it, but that it seems that there's a nice solid block of people who really have gotten into this. And more importantly, people who might have wanted to get into Cultist Simulator but weren't able to, are now able to appreciate something in the secret history setting, which I think is very cool. So, but I did want to take a minute here and go over the patch notes. So, 2023 8B9 font size slider in the settings works, but it's first passed and labeled experimental. Aspect moused over now works as everyone expected it to. Sound effects for pause or unpause. Village houses update after unsociable hours end without you needing to put a card in them. Tantras now correctly categorized as scrolls. Nocturnary now accepts devices. In existing saves, you may need to run a recipe through it. Okay, so I need to take a quick sip of water. Added absent requirements to solar and nocturnal workbenches. One thing I thought that was interesting here is fixed a weird early soft lock where you could send the fishermen back to the village by mistake. So one thing that was kind of... I think one thing that's kind of fun here is I always just let people like go away on their own. And I know the game has sort of said, or just send them home when it's an unsociable hour, but this implies that there's a way to just directly send them home. I don't really see a need to do that, but maybe I should try at some point. Anyways, it's fun that apparently somebody decided that sending the fishermen away would be a good idea. Fixed annoying habit of windows opening mostly off-screen on load. Baronial and Curia era uncatalogued books swapped to correct colors. Sorry for any alarm this may cause. Daymare wants Knock, not Winter, to deal with the endless guests. Moments are now slightly more useful. Now that we've seen how many items some librarians leave outside the house, it stretches across the bridge rather than clumping in anti-gravity mode. Well, obviously it's got to be books that people are leaving. Bridge button glow doesn't stick on mouse over. The poet and the nun can make use of additional exaltation items. You can no longer bind a key to 2 commands. If you try, it'll swap the commands. Escape exits keybinds. Commands can now be bound to exotic mouse buttons. Let us know if your high-end mouse accessibility focused device still has unbindable buttons. We'll do what we can. Moved a couple of troublesome starting items to where they're less troublesome. Added another row to card trays for people who've gone really wide on skills. More quality of life to come here. Mirrors in the Hall of Division now correctly allow knock aspect. If that's not working for you, run any recipe through the workstation. It'll refresh and catch up with itself. Fixed a couple of teensy but significant ending glitches, and another raft of typos and text tweaks. So yeah, the funny thing on this is that the choice not to commit things, was not because of the contradictions necessarily in the Tree of Wisdoms. It was more I wanted to see how far I could go before I committed something to the Tree of Wisdoms. But as I continued to play, I gained a little bit more of an appreciation of exactly what the descriptions may mean. So as a result, it just makes me happy that I didn't commit too much. Anyways, I do want to say I think I messed this up previously, but I have been given a copy of this game for promotional purposes. I know it gets annoying to say this, but it's also weird for me to say it because I'm so used to covering Cultist Simulator, where I was a Kickstarter backer, so it's something I paid to be able to play. But with that in mind, I've spoken very enthusiastically about the game. I will continue to speak enthusiastically about the game, but it is also worth remembering. Okay, let's see if we can stick a few more. Oh, I think this is going to cause more trouble than it's worth. But yeah, it is worth remembering that I was given this to spread the good word about. Oh, this is interesting. I think I'm missing my Fusine now because of this. All right, so let's hit the sort button. Unfortunately, I have to go through all the effort to make this fit again. Yeah, I feel something changed in this this menu, and I couldn't see everything. But Diginferno, good to see you. But yeah, so sorry. We're gonna do a little bit of sorting before the start. The muscle memory's almost certainly gonna be destroyed, but I can at least order them by. I think we're back to the the fun days of the old Cultist Simulator UI. Oh, actually, here's a question. That's probably going to annoy people if I go less than 100. So. But yeah, I do want to order these by level. Are we down to 4 now? Resurgences and Emergences is going to become a 5, so we can put that at the top of the 5-star. Oh, that's no good. Okay. Yeah, there's something kind of fishy going on with this window. If I'm not careful, I'm going to wind up losing stuff down to the bottom there. But anyways, that's fine. I have a plan for how I'm going to make this a little more friendly for me to work with. Where I can, I just want to move the low-level stuff. Hello, Charles. All right. I guess I can't do that. Well, this is... There's got to be a way to change the card snap. Okay, yeah, this is gonna well and truly annoy people for a bit, but at the very least, this is not actually. Let's put it to the 8. Maybe the half. Oh, this is already gonna cause problems. Okay, once more. But yeah, the full card seems to be pushing it off the edge of the screen, and that's no good. So again, I don't want to spend too long at the start doing this, but I have built something of a system around having my good stuff at the very top. So I know it's not fun, but well, I find it fun. I find it very relaxing to sort this all out. But Olaf, how are you doing? I wasn't in a dungeon or anything. You're just late today. You're definitely not late. Of all the people who can talk about lateness, well, I feel like you're the one person who can like hold me to account for my own lateness, while also getting a complete pass on everything. And I'm glad that you were able to make some headway into the house, Charles. But yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm a bit weary today. But I noticed that the Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays now, I get very excited for the prospect of playing Book of Hours. So that's fun. There's a side. It's actually occurred to me that I do not have a Book of Hours save for myself. I do. Everything that I've got has been part of a broadcast, which is fine. But like, I almost kind of want to. I almost kind of want to get one save that's just for me. But I don't know. I'll think about that later. But again, other than just feeling a bit groggy and trying to get through all of the other stuff that's been waiting for me to work on it during the Sights and Sensations is looking for a home. Other than that, like it's good. I'm hoping that I can put sort of a couple of long-standing projects to bed pretty soon, and then that's just kind of nice because it can mean that I can be a little choosier in terms of like what I take on and what I sort of think is most important. Basically, just a bit of a chance to do a bit of a reset, to feel like I have a bit less pressure on me in terms of getting everything done, and then I don't know, spending some time both playing some games that I want, but also doing things that aren't playing games. So yeah, I'd say overall things are good. Although I do feel a little self-conscious to spend so much time at the beginning rearranging my skills. All I can say is it will save us some trouble later on in the playthrough. Okay. I'm sure once upon a time I would have had a better division in terms of all of the different skills, but right now I'm just happy to put them in place and move on. Okay, I think we're almost there. Oh, here's a question with the new... Alright, I feel on that one I'm probably taking my life in my hands. But I'm curious if I'm going to be able to make something of that. I would, if I can, like to just extend I'd like to extend it to the side a little bit more, just because that strikes me as a good way to avoid... it strikes me as a good way to avoid having it sort of crash down to the bottom in the way that kind of made me do this. it could also wind up being the thing that causes that to happen, so I'm slightly nervous about it, but... Okay. So I'm going to go back to one card snap. Okay, so I got to make a choice as to whether or not... I think in this case I'm just going to switch to the half card snap. We've had the one card snap produce sadness a few too many times, so there we go. Out of curiosity, would you recommend playing Cultist Simulator a few times before this game? I want to share the story aspect with some friends of mine. This comes up a lot, actually. I personally don't think you need to do Cultist Simulator before this. The one thing that is helpful... So, there's only one way... If you're somebody who's followed Weather Factory's stuff from the very start, there's only one way that someone who's been here since the start has experienced it, and that is... Oh, my Elements of the Soul are gone, too. Oh, wait, no. I committed them to the desks before. That's right. And that's been to play Cultist Simulator, and specifically to play Cultist Simulator, then the Dancer, then the Priest, then the Ghoul, then, a few, like, basically, and then Exile. I think that was the order. Whether or not you beat them in that order, that was just chronologically how they were released. But I don't feel like that is a requirement. So I think it would be fair to say that this probably, well, we know it takes place later than the events of Cultist Simulator, and we know that it takes place, or we don't know, but we have a very good indication that it takes place in a history other than the history from Cultist Simulator, and there's some indications in terms of it, in terms of which one it is. But so far as I can tell, all of the books from Cultist Simulator are present inside of Book of Hours. One thing that isn't present in Book of Hours is the Mansis. So this would be sort of the land of dream that you travel to inside of Cultist Simulator. And that is not present in Book of Hours up to this point, other than as this this map. Also, I need to put De Oris Volume 3 in its appropriate place. I'm going to wait till all the books are reassigned, but I'm definitely going to have to mess around with this with these shelves again. So there are good reasons to play Cultist Simulator. Whether you play it before or after Book of Hours is sort of up to you. It's a perspective on someone who is... It's a perspective... Okay, so it's a perspective on the world of this game from someone who sort of is given a glimpse in terms of sort of what's going on, this world of the hours and so on. And is going to slowly sort of pull on that thread and find out what's going on over time. And that's going to involve going into vaults. That's going to involve recruiting people. You can summon things. There's a number of different things that you get to do in Cultist Simulator on a somewhat regular basis compared to Book of Hours, where they're either not present or they're very big special events. But the thing would be, this game was very specifically designed not to have Cultist Simulator be a homework assignment. So the advantage would be if you have the temperament to like something a little bit more challenging or difficult. I actually think Cultist Simulator is very much worth it. Whether you play it before Book of Hours or after Book of Hours is sort of up to you, or the player. But I would say the emphasis that I would want to play would be, do you like this kind of experience? Hey, try this thing. And in the case of like Book of Hours or Cultist Simulator, it would be hard for me to say that you don't gain more information about the world, because in the end, even though Book of Hours is likely going to, I don't know if you can call Book of Hours a superset of the information in Cultist Simulator, but certainly as far as the books are concerned, I don't think you're going to be getting too much in Cultist Simulator that you can't find in Book of Hours. And yet, there's quite a bit that happens in between in the events that will get you a closer idea in terms of what's going on. And some of the fun can be cross-referencing. And at that point, it's not really a question in terms of whether you play one as a sort of prerequisite for the other. It's more the idea that you get to engage with this world in a deeper way and have some fun sort of picking things apart. And I'll be honest, I'm actually quite curious what sort of the cohort of people who like Book of Hours and have ultimately tried Cultist Simulator, I'm curious what their perspective on the game is going to be. So, but yeah, so I know that's kind of almost like a mealy mouth kind of answer to your question, Thornoy. But I guess sorry, not all. The thing that the division I'm trying to make is this. Because Book of Hours is the new thing, it's very easy for people to, and because it's easy to make contrasts, a lot of people will be discussing Book of Hours sort of in opposition to Cultist Simulator. And of course, Book of Hours is new and Cultist Simulator is old, and so as a result, there's a lot of attention on Book of Hours. And the thing is that Cultist Simulator is a good game, and it has a lot of good things going for it and things that are not present in Book of Hours. However, it is also improving on things that people didn't necessarily care for in Cultist Simulator. And as a result, it's done a good job of sort of capturing an audience that had been lost in terms of the appeal. And so what I want to try and do in this answer is to give an indication in terms of saying that it is actually, if you're really into this, it's worth it to play both, while also trying to be as clear as I could that the ordering isn't as big of a deal. So hopefully, and if I'm assuming people in chat may have some opinions too about where the two games lie in relation to each other. Okay, so I think we can use the clouds with resurgences and emergences. Yes. So we're going to level up resurgences and emergences. I may hire someone. I may not. Well, let's give it a shot. Actually, hang on. I could try and hire someone, or I could just try and go for the broken bridge. So I've already used my... okay, so Denzel, we would do... I'm going to be back in just a second. I need my tablet. I just like jotting things down. It's a little easier for me. So many of my elements of the soul have been... Do I not have... Okay, I'll start a new page. So, if we have Denzel, we've got 2 Forge, 2 from a memory. Now I need to recharge it, but I can get 1 Forge from Shapt. So, and then I've got a tool, so for sort of the table stakes, we'll say that's 6 forge. So I'd think the Lapsang Suchong tea is still an option for us. So that brings us up to 8. I guess at that point I either need to give him a material or I need to give him something to eat with forge, and I've never really tried to give him something to eat with forge, so let's see what the pantry has. We may not have what it takes. No, Gideon soaks are a liquid, but they're not a food. Okay. So I might have to get new ideas in terms of making Denzel a 9 forge. So I've got the forge, I've got his base forge, I've got the memory, the shaft, the tool, and the tea are all things that I have access to, but unless I can find a nice forgy food, I suppose the other alternative would be one of the materials that I've gotten. So serpentinite doesn't really do that much for us. Sea glass doesn't work. We can only give him one tool at a time. So maybe it's less easy for me to open up this room than I thought. I kind of thought we had this in the bag, but Westcott's compounds would do the trick. So here's the way I'm going to handle that. I do, where I can, I do want to follow up with that. Oh, that's good to hear, Diginferti. Yeah, I know there's some people. I knew a couple people. I'm not really in touch with them anymore, but they were very big on the Linux support thing. Now, I'm not a big Linux guy. I use it, but I'm not it's not like a big deal for me, let's say. But obviously I'm happy that people are able to sort of play on their platform of choice. And I know, some games find it a bit easier than others. Like, I have to assume that a 2-person team doesn't find it... Like, that's got to be hard to maintain a Linux build if you're a 2-person team, but they do seem to have delivered, so that's good to see. Okay, my other option is winter, and I think I'm going to wait on the winter there. But yeah, in this case, for today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can hire a special traveler. If we can, we'll use them, and if we can't, then I think tomorrow is going to be dedicated to either building up Denzel or Mr. Kill or someone to do some deeper exploration. Matrix Disc, how are you doing? I'm quite late getting the requested file to you, but if you look at your messages on Twitch, you should see the spreadsheet that I've made. I will just mention, I do believe there are a couple of community spreadsheets going around which are more comprehensive than what I shared with you. But I trust that you are capable of doing searches for that yourself. And I did promise that I was going to share what I had produced already. So hopefully you find that useful. And excellent, thank you. But yeah, as long as you find that useful or find it helpful to build on your own, I'm glad that you will find it so, and I'm not going to feel offended if you find the community one is a little bit closer to your needs. I'm sorry that took the time that it did to get to you, but it's been a bit of a busy time for me. And Digi says, you're just thinking about how platform fragmentation is affecting gamers more and more. Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Is there someone en route to Hush House? Apparently not. The end of the affair. A story has no beginning or end. Arbitrarily, one chooses that moment of experience from which to look back or from which to look ahead. Graham Greene. This incident has seen its full complement of visitors and is concluded. There will be an interval before the next incident when visitors will seek general consultation. So just a reminder here, immortals change more slowly than most of us, but even immortals change sometimes. In the city of Marrakesh, the Labite Abykassis has begun a dramatic and dangerous metamorphosis, one that's alarming friends and enemies alike. So Arthur Moore, Lieutenant Moore, resolved to take Abykassis into the custody at the Labyrinth of Lions. Lala Camia set out to end Abykassis' misery, though her ultimate intention remained uncertain even to her. Azita, the edgelong Azita's internal enemy twin Merad, planned to give Abykassis' death with honor. With regret, Azita set out to prevent this. Fraser Strathcoyne hoped but did not expect to shield Abykassis from his hunters, and Ibn al-Adim the Alapine came to believe that Abykassis had accepted gifts of sustenance from she who suckles serpents. Yeah, I haven't done any formatting. Well, I mean, you've seen it, but yeah, I haven't done any kind of formatting or stuff like that. It's something that I started with. It's something that I started back in the beta, so I was expecting it to be quite. I was expecting it to be temporary, and I just wound up carrying it over. But that also carries with it the risk that there are books that have different titles now. So there's a risk present as well. Okay, let's get resurgences and emergences taken care of. So our lesson, beguiling melody, gossip, satisfaction, impulse, and foolishly, I did not use the clouds. That's life. So now I suppose the question is, maybe do I want to do some gardening, or do I want to go beachcombing instead? I think maybe I'll take a walk along the moor. Gather in summer, the wind's almost warm. Yeah, if you'd like, Matrix Disc. I'm probably not going to check out things that others have done until after I've completed a playthrough for myself. But I'm happy, and if you have something you'd specifically like me to take a look at, I'd be happy to do that. But yeah, I may not go into it in that much depth. But please go ahead, and I'll be happy to review it when I have some time. Let me just take a quick sip. There's actually one thing I wanted to check out just off of the screen. I know it's been slow to get started today, but I wasn't expecting to do so much inventory management. So let me just see. Where did... All right. So nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. So normally the hope here would be that we can get a lesson from someone. Interestingly enough, it does say the affair of the open reverend. Oh, but visited. So we can give him some heart. We can give him some lantern. He only understands Greek along with... the common language. So we can't... Well, basically, this is just going to be a way that we can get some money. But if only you were as organized IRL, I'd be set. Well, this is a little bit like my feelings on The Sims, where The Sims just makes me kind of sad that I can get my act together in a video game, and yet in real life I'm kind of a mess. So all right, if there's an incident card active you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. So I can identify my visitor's interests and satisfy them with an appropriate book. Alternatively, if they know a language I'd like to learn, I can offer payment. Untrustworthy visitors might occasionally abscond with a book. So if I payment for, my visitor has nothing to offer me just now, so we can't do anything with that, but we can probably satisfy his lantern, or we could also potentially satisfy his heart. And I suppose there's a bit of a question, do I want to keep pushing his knowledge in both domains, or do I want to specialize on one? Let's maybe see if we can give him. So I think it's going to say we've already given him this book. Old material. D.I. Moore has already consulted this book. A visitor can only benefit once from each book. Try another. Okay, so let's see if we can find another. Okay, that's an 8. So this definitely gives me pause in terms of what I want to give him. I don't want to give him something too advanced as far as heart goes, because that's just going to close off the option later on. And I definitely have not organized this by aspect. For the most part, these are recognizable by their spines. I think there's a couple of exceptions, though. I could be wrong on that. So this is Grail, yeah. So yeah, the Rose of Hypatia and Woznai have covers that don't quite line up with their aspects. Same with Deoris. Yeah, so it looks like if I want to give him more heart, I'm actually potentially... Oh, nope, this will work, and actually this will push him. Yeah, this is good. So suitable reading. My visitor has questions about blessings or wardings or life. My collection has answers. Okay. So it's not like we really need the Spintra, but I figure it's better to have. And treaties on the underplaces. We can stick that here, I suppose. All right, the skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. So again, there's not much we can do. If I want, I have the option of sort of renewing my my elements of the soul, but I don't really see all that much of a reason to follow up on that. So let's instead take a bit of an inventory in terms of things that I might want to do. So Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf, we basically have in the bag. I believe these forged texts were one short of. And then for Nectar, it might be interesting to see how far I can get with the Nectar. So it looks like drums and dances are as far as we can get with that. So we can get 4 or 5 with our heart. 6. Oh, interesting. So these are actually achievable for us. So I've got 3 books that I can read. How encouraging. You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but the more they learn, the harder they'll be to satisfy in the future. Ah, yes, no, you definitely, there's no restriction in terms of, you can give them books that you can't even read, just on the condition, of course, that they can read it, which is the challenge with Douglas, is that the higher level, so the risk that I'm running here is the higher level heart text that I could give him. And of course, I'm totally failing to find any examples. So 2 wombs, 1 heart is a good example here, because Kilisimi is not a language he knows, and I suspect he's not going to take the time to learn it just so I can satisfy his needs. All right, so more serpentinite. So pretty relaxed day, but I'm actually quite happy to see how many books I can read if I really focus. These don't even really count because we can't use stone here. Oh, yes we can. It just doesn't count as the input that I wanted for certain things. I do want to see what the cage does. So Valentine de Wolf only puts his, put his only friends in cages. Did he close the cage doors? So there's a number of things that I'm curious about here, but you know, again, it's one of these things where I want to experiment, but I want to experiment in a way that I don't feel like I'm locking myself into a permanent decision. So what are the next reachable house exploration goes? Most of them are, I think all of them are achievable, but it's a little, some are a bit harder than others. So the Broken Bridge is pretty straightforward. I would not be surprised if this is where we wind up in the Nocturnal area. The Riddling Stair and the Wheel-Filled Spring, both of them are basically Moon task. You know, there's the Nectar and the Rose, but I in reality, Moon has usually been the way that we've solved these things. And those have been more of a question in terms of specialized explorers. One private goal I have would be to get to the Screaming Summit, and Mr. Kill is the obvious candidate there. Actually, while the winter goes by, let me just see if I can game that out. So this is the one I'm personally most interested in, even though I kind of feel like there may be a bit more in sort of what I'm going to assume is the Nocturnal area. Actually, the purple here tells me Nocturnal already. Okay, so a base of 6. Solomon's Preparation should be able to give us a 10. So I guess I would need to find 2 winter wood. Or winter food, but I don't actually think we have winter food. Okay, a sunny day. I don't think the sunny day is going to affect... I mean, I suppose there's sky for the Screaming Summit, but that would depend on... That would depend on me hiring somebody with the relevant aspect. So, I think what I'm going to do here, let's start with the Sweet Bones. Now, one small worry I have here is the fact that this Fost is already... Like, the Fost is aligned with the sky. But when I take a look at what my immediate needs are, so in terms of reading books, we actually have quite a few that we can touch on. So Duratio Quercum, The Beekeeper's Ends, and the Hunting Journals of Brian de Wolf, all of those are going to be tied to health. On top of that, so we have watched Colors in the Liver. However, we've got Experiment Beyond Sight and the Admonitory Automata project. The open head requires Hyksos, so we don't have the option there. But there's 2 films that we can watch as well. Now, the Moon's going to be a bit of a challenge, so I don't think I could add Trist at all because that requires Trist. Let's actually see if we could pull this off. So the aim here is to get sufficiently high Moon. Now, Inks of Containment's not going to do the trick, but Tridisma Herrera. So, yeah. What gets me to Moon? I think a Confounding Parable might work here. Because Confounding Parables give me Sky. So yes, everything but the Forge books are ones that I can read on my own time. It's just a question in terms of, like, how much do I want to commit to it? It kind of it kind of comes down to it. But returning to the current topic, I think I can give up a Faust to see who I can hire. So we're going to start here. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. And I suppose the question now would be, how much do I want to...
I would never want to
Venom, is that Hado? Thank you very much for the follow. I suppose the question kind of comes down to how badly do I want to experiment with some of these alternatives. So for instance, I could use the health to try and bring in Denzil the Smith with the compounds. No, let's give it a minute. So it's not going to be an efficient use of the day in the sense that I'm like going out with all of my elements of the soul. But given that I've only got a handful of them right now, let's I'm going to let our hiring options dictate the day. You know what this bridge needs? More books. That's the plan. I don't... I mean, again, like, it's a challenge because the possibility of opening a room, like, not only does that potentially get me access to more books, it also potentially gets me access to tools that would allow me to open up even more rooms. So I don't want to close the option. Oh man, this poet's probably going to change the game. So 1 second here. Yeah, so we got Winter Moth and Sky. So I suspect I'm going to use him for... Well, okay, so here's the funny thing. I was going to use him for the Screaming Summit with Winter, but the Sky might actually make more sense. So, again, it's not a bad idea for me to... Can you have more than one incident? You mean in terms of... like these? You have two. One for Numa, one for the normal period, but I don't believe there can be more than one incident going on in the world at the time. But strictly because incidents don't distinguish between Numa and not. Numa is a separate aspect. You can have two in sundries. So for the poet, we'd take 4 Sky, and then we get 1 from Faust. And then we get 2 from the Sunny Day. And then 1 from the Astrolabe. So table stakes 4, 5, 7, 8. So then the question is, where do I get the remaining 4? Ah! This is funny. I was actually going to say, it's like, oh man, this might be a piece of cake, but it occurred to me, I don't have a Super Sky formula yet. So it might be smarter for me to... It may actually be smarter for me to try from the Winter aspect anyway. So let's go for Winter. To Whist. Yeah, and then Solomon's preparation brings him up to 12. Okay, so we're definitely hiring the poet, and we're going to use our Winter aspect to open the room. It's not necessarily the option I was going to go for, but not one I'm sad about using either. So let's have a conversation with him. We will hire him for 24 pence. I'll hire this one for the day. I should also work out whether or not I want to try and hire Denzil again for today. So I am going to need a Winter memory. For that, we'll probably just use our old friend Keon at Abydos. I think we got to use Triss. Well, actually, I can use Faust in this case. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay. So that's all that I need to unlock the Screaming Summit. So if I wanted to try and make something happen with Denzil, so I need a memory, I need a shaft and a tool and a T. Oh yeah, actually. So then I need the material. And I do seem to have a few. In fact, it might even make sense. Yeah, Westcott's compounds are probably the right call there. So, so 2 forge, 2 from a memory, 1 from a shaft, 1 from a tool. Okay, so 2, 4, 5, 6, 8. Technically, I only need 1 forge there, but it probably makes as much sense to give him the T. So in that case, the only drawback here is I'm not really reading any more book. Well, even then, I may actually be reading a book, because in this case, we would just need the nectar. Oh yeah, actually. Let's be careful. I think the heart kind of spoils it for me. So yeah, the earth sign doesn't work here. We'd need to find some combination of heart and scale, and I just don't think that happens. So I may be in the maddening situation where I have like the raw components that I need, but I may not actually be able to deliver on the... I may not actually be able to deliver on the study anyway. So yeah, drums and dances is basically the... It's the thing that makes this all work. I suppose my second best would be Natan's desk, where we would try Rites of the Roots, but I think that leaves us short. Oh yeah, because that doesn't take scale. Yeah, so we definitely need a desk that takes scale. And I think that's basically a non-starter. So yeah, on paper I can read those books, but with my consider verb I'm actually short. Or 99% short. I'm sure I'm short. So now maybe this is worth trying on its own, right? But maybe that's something I'll leave for another time. So our outside option is going to be bringing Denzil in, but we're going to talk with our workers before I try to do that. I could probably try the hunting journals though. Okay, so we'll take the poet. Again, we need to use whist in this case, so we'll watch for what lies ahead. Poets, they say, never do the washing up. This one hasn't brushed his hair either, but he has his uses and his talents. I definitely feel like I got ahead of myself in terms of those texts, but we should be able to work our way out. Okay. So we don't have the memory yet, but we can definitely give him one of Solomon's preparations. A nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. And then with the regret that we'll be generating from Keon and Abydos, we'll give that to them. And again, in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to talk to them a whole bunch. I may be able to use the tryst. Well, yeah, I guess it comes down to the question of, do I want to try and use the tryst to generate a relevant memory, or do I... actually, yeah, that would still probably work with Denzel the more I think of it. Okay, I got to think about this again. Okay, no, I know the problem now. So if I use my health to hire Denzel, then I can't study the scale book, and if I do, I think I prioritize reading over hiring. There's nothing we can do with Denzel right now. We can't do another day. So let's try hunting journals. I'm just double checking. I have a rough idea it's going to be either Hill and Hollow or Horns and Ivories, but I like to just double check because sometimes they have a second aspect that catches me by surprise. Drums and dances is the perfect example of that. Okay. So it's Horns and Ivories with the highest scale aspect. Now we do have the hourglass that we can bring to bear. And then for that we need a scale memory, so earth sign works. Scale and earth. I can master this mystery enough scale to match mystery scale. So Brian DeWolf, the son of the third Baron Brankrug, gives advice on hunting in the bounds. So this means that we've sort of committed ourselves not to reading any more text, which I'm completely fine with. I am going to read Wrapped in the King just so I can restore that memory. That's a persistent one, so it's fairly easy for me to hang on to. We can even do that with the consider verb. Where is it? I've now reorganized my skills and my books. Unless Douglas ran away with it. No, because we gave him the True and a Sleepy accounts. No. Although it sure does feel like there's a gap in the shelves. Alright. So we'll throw Tryst at this. Heart Unceasing. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And yeah, I guess for the rest of this stuff, let's try and just sort this along, and maybe we can take one of these. No, not enough. Alright, down to the Grussians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So, I suppose now the question for me would be, is there any point in continuing to talk with the elegiac poet? We do have the outside chance of reading the Temptations of Architecture. I think it's probably better for me to just open the Screaming Summit. Here the wind's rage is so great that I can barely stand upright. It forces me to retreat back to the stairs. I can hear the voice in the wind now, crying out in sorrow as great as the wind's rage. Am I strongly opposed to paying tuppence for refreshing health in the inn after hiring Denzel? No, I'm not strongly opposed to it, but it's just... like... to me it does invite the question... Oh, I forgot to talk to him about the memory. Like, there's just the question, like, why, what am I trying to do overall? So, let's say I hire Denzel, we're midday, so let's say I hire Denzel and I refresh my health. That's going to take a minute. And then, following that, I would want to use it to master this text. So that's going to be 2, maybe 3 minutes on top of that. So the risk that I'm running at that point would be that my health is fatigued first thing the next day. And again, you always have the option of using the inn or using, a consumable to be able to restore your element of the soul. But I don't think it's bad to just sort of have a set of things you try to do during the day. Like in the end, I'm not really relying on any kind of seasonal hires to be able to move forward in the house. I'm not really relying on anything. If anything, waiting for another day opens up another possibility of weather for me. So, with that in mind, I don't want to try and suggest that like I have some sort of dislike of using a certain mechanic or another, like any more than I dislike, committing memories in terms of the Tree of Wisdoms. Or skills in terms of the Tree of Wisdoms. It just happens to be that this is the playthrough that I'm going on. But in general, I like to try and have a fairly clear set of priorities that I'm trying to fulfill. And in this particular case here, right, I've got a shaft left over from the day's activities. And in order to kind of make Denzel work, I would either need to renew more elements of the soul so that I could get the memories that I wanted, or I would need to get lucky in terms of conversations, and it's just as easy to let the day pass by. Yeah, I think optimizing. So first of all, I'm not entirely convinced that what people call optimizations in this game are actual optima. I say that just because, like, in the end, these things have costs. I'm doing very well for money, but there is a cost associated with that. I'm doing, I have a big stack of books that I need to get through. And using an element of the soul to do something other than read a book is something that, like that has its own cost. And it's usually an unknown cost because you don't know what your next visitor is going to want. Now, I've got a pretty well-stocked library, so I would be surprised if I ran into somebody who has a request that I can't fulfill. But the thing is there's no guarantees, particularly with regards to the languages. So in this case here, it's just a question in terms of saying, like, what are my main goals to do right now? And especially if I just say, like, I'm not going to try and push the issue too much in terms of things like, I'm going to get the most out of every element of the soul that I can during the day. What the actual benefit to that is that there's more of a draw from the deck of weather. The deck of weather winds up driving what particular set of actions I want to take in a given time. If I'm actually at a point now where storms don't do as much for me as they used to. That might have changed, let's say, if we wound up with the poet. So a storm with the poet would have been very strong because they would have already been up to 8. We could have given them a Faust, which would have brought them up to 9. And then we would have had 3 more, I guess 10 with the astrolabe. So at that point, we just need to find 2 sky, and we're at the summit here. Now, we were able to do that with winter, no problem. But in the case here, I do tend to find that having having some kind of seasonal weather usually helps me decide what I want to do for the given day. So, all right. So again, here the wind's rage is so great that I can barely stand upright. It forces me to retreat back to the stairs. I can hear the voice in the wind now, crying out in sorrow as great as the wind's rage. And also, it's just a temperament thing. Like, sometimes it's nice to... I feel like if I'm trying to gobble... Like, I don't see Hush House... Despite the mention of the fire, I don't see Hush House as some kind of content furnace where, like, I just constantly am shoveling new things, to see in my eyes. In this case, it's actually nice to just sort of say, this is going to be the subset that I work with today. And every once in a while, there'll be something that pops up that makes me say, you know what, we're going to do something different instead. And that's also fine too, right? It's, there's no strong argument to go, one way or the other. But I do tend to find the way that I play it allows me to be surprised a little bit more. So that's kind of why I tend to do it. Another example of this will be, well, let's see what we've got before. I'm not expecting to see too much in here, but Gullscry Tower, the summit. In 1721, Valentine fell or leapt from the tower top. There were no witnesses, and his body was not found for 3 days. His daughter Ava was the last to see him alive, and of their last conversation, she would only say that he had begun to fear the sun. So the tower top prospect, remember what has passed. So soul, skill, memory, sky, and winter. We can add element of the soul, cooperative, blank, and memory and pigment. Valentine's memorial. Valentine died 2 centuries ago. This stone is much newer, more like 2 decades old. That's interesting. Dandelion wine, a potted avity, lush and hungry ornament. And Atlantic amber, sunset's colors, pine's blood. Oop. And we also have a granite slab, long cold volcano blood. Okay, cool. I was wondering what this would look like. So I don't exactly need the money, but I think I'm just going to use my shaft and the sweet bones. There's not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Alright, it is clear from Brian's journals that he sought unorthodox trophies and put them to unorthodox uses. He was in fact hung as a witch at the age of 24 and never inherited the estate. Brian describes how sky-inspired fife can be prepared using these fur and feathers techniques in the presence of greater sky aspect to make of the wind's good neighbors. It's a powerful technique to be described so casually. Brian's main interest seems to be ensuring good weather for his hunts. So I think I have this recipe, but I am going to take a minute here just to make a note. And we got a fear out of that, so that's going to be something that I add to my list. Although I think we already have this one. Yes. So, Furs and Feathers is going to need a little bit of work, I think. We're at level 1, so if I had the Fost left over, I would have been able to use the Sunny Day to level that up. But given that I've got 2 Fost, we should be able to level that up tomorrow without too much trouble. Again, that's one I'm happy to take my time on, just because, you know, Numa's passed. But as always, it's kind of a question in terms of, oh, actually, I should pick this up and add it to the pile. As always, we want to take advantage of any opportunities the weather or the visitors bring. So, as I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So maybe while we wait for the weather tomorrow, let's see if we can get a game plan for these next nectar texts, because I feel like I should be able to do better than I actually am. So again, first thing to do is take a look at what kind of nectar aspect I'm working with. And realistically, I think the drums and dances is going to be the main playmaker, but let's see if we can do better. So yeah, we've got drums and dances with the 4 nectar And herbs and infusions doesn't make as much sense as the drums because it's the same two aspects. Medusa's Lament, that's a 14 scale text, so I don't realistically think I'm going to be able to buy it. Or I'm going to be able to read it, but I might as well add it to the collection. On the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother. Okay, and it's a sunny day, so we can actually already level up furs and feathers right away. So let's start with that. There's always more to learn, so we're going to turn that into a 3 at some point. So let's we'll do a little bit of rearranging. I'm thinking probably we make things work with Denzel. But I am actually going to take some time. I know some people like to see a bit more progress in the game, but I am actually going to take some time to puzzle this out. So, because I feel like there's a way I should be able to get the nectar working, but I also think I'm probably just lying to myself. So drums and dance is my best nectar right now. Herbs and infusions doesn't make any sense as an alternative because they're both heart and nectar. So my next outside option in terms of nectar, it can't be furs and feathers. Yeah, that's sky. So it's coil and chasm, but that only brings 2 nectar. So realistically, if I were to do that, so I would get 4 from coil and chasm, 5 from health, 6 from the tool, and in that case we're really hoping for some luck. Yeah, so it's drums and dances that I need to make this work with. So that basically cuts out the pale desk as an option, but that doesn't mean... So what I need to think about here is where am I getting my components from? So if drums and dances is the playmaker, health is my next one. So essentially we're looking for heart and nectar. Now there isn't a nectar desk, so it's like, okay, that's fine. So what we look for now is what desks will accept heart, basically. So I know that's Natan's desk. I think there's another one, but I think the problem here is that none of them will accept both heart and scale or heart and nectar. And those are kind of the 2 big things that I need for the reading. Yeah, so this one does accept heart. I can't see how the Vagabond desk, yeah, takes the scale, but it doesn't take... And this does take nectar, but it doesn't take nectar book. So our best option then would be Natan's desk. So if we were to add the health, the drums and dances, we couldn't add earth sign in this case, but I do have ideas along those lines. And then I suppose the mortar and pestle would be sufficient. Yeah. So the tricky part here is I need to find a 2 nectar memory. And I believe all that I can get access to on a regular basis would either be the earth sign, which doesn't get me, which I would need the scale for, or I could get an impulse, but that only gives me 1 nectar, which kind of puts me at the mercy of the random numbers, which may still work. I don't want to rule that out, but... So I'm going to take a quick second here just to review the memories that I can get from books, just to double check that that is in fact the limit that I'm working with. Looks like it. So the last alternative would be to wait for a rainy day, but the rainy day is Grail and Nectar. So I think this is probably worth. I think this is worth taking a shot on, but maybe not worth taking a shot on today, given that there are other things that I can do, namely buff Denzel. So in this case, I'm going to use my health as much as I'd like to use it to sort of go and explore and get some other things. I think the time has come for us to unlock another room. So we'll speak with Denzel. Denzel will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. A shilling will buy his help for a day. What do you need? I'll get the preliminaries out of the way with him first. And this might be a time that I renew the heart for study, actually. So he might even reply. So first of all, Denzel will accept only metal. Alright, so I may have actually already... I may have created a problem for myself here. So I need to write down... So for some reason I thought that he could take an ingredient. I think that's because of the old version he could. Okay, so he's got... So 2 forge, memory, shaft, and a tool. Brings him up to 6. The tea can bring him up to... Okay, so the drink is the big question here. So I don't think I've got a forge drink that goes higher than 3, but this will be the first thing that I look for. It's like Iotic Essence is a good example of something where it's like, hey, maybe we can get away with something kind of crazy, but there's these cordials, yeah, okay. Okay, so there's a few more beverages here than I appreciated. So Lethe, more than 1 Lethe actually. Again, I'm not expecting miracles here, but this is definitely one of the cases where I want to make sure that I'm not leaving something really obvious on the table. And of course, it's also not to suggest that there aren't alternatives that we just haven't seen yet. Lots of Lethe. But yeah, so the idea of giving Denzel Westcott's compounds was a bad one. So that's created a problem. So I'm just trying to think if I have any metal. I suspect I don't. So I might actually be wasting my time trying to... I think the smarter thing might just be to accept the sunk cost of not being able to boost Denzel and not waste any more elements of the soul. And maybe what we try and do is read one of these forge texts instead. It's a little bit of an anticlimax, but again, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure throwing good resources after something that was a waste solves anything. Okay, so element of the soul will give me 1 forge. I mean, again, I could try and lock in a metal, but I'm not going to do that. So element of the soul, that gets him up to 3. This is what happens when stone gets serious. So 3, 5, 7, 8, Yeah, the real shame here is there's probably something that I can make that will give me the extra point that I need, and I just haven't tried it yet. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just keep talking with Denzel for a bit. Let's say for the rest of the day, I'm going to... Oh yeah, I did use up that health. Okay, we are going to renew the health for sure. So tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So in summer, I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and good black rye bread soaking up the sun. Alright, so I'm going to get an impulse. So yeah, I should probably order things out a little bit better for myself, so I definitely want to get the impulse at the start. You only need... And then I only need a scale and a sky off of that, so... But then the next problem is I don't have... Oh no, yes, I am getting my... Yeah, I am getting what I need to study the book that I want. Well, that's what I get for not waiting for Denzel on the memory. He does a lot with silence, this man. That, with a different one that would have helped, with something with nectar would have helped me, but... Better now. Alright, so that foresight could be used to boost him up. Again, I'm not expecting miracles here, but we can still keep the options open. This is going to be the basis for my attempt at one of the nectar texts. Nope. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So, in terms of overall priorities, like generally I like to get the persistent memories out of the queue anyway. Like in the end, if I wind up wasting Denzel, it's just money. Like I have a reasonable amount of it. There is an interesting question: do I want to try and go for another impulse here? Having the memory would be nice, but in this case, I think I'm gonna roll the dice on Natan's desk. So I'm going to try the Beekeeper's Ends. Dialogues with bees and uses for honey as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. So perhaps you provided nectar, but not enough to match mystery nectar. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So again, the likelihood of me succeeding off of these random draws is actually quite low, just because of like I don't have a nectar. I don't have a nectar weather. I don't have a nectar follower. Although it is summer, so I suppose I could hire. One of those. I'm going to use the foresight here just to preserve it. There's yeah, okay, my oh no, hang on. No, nectar is autumn, not summer. So yeah. The likelihood is fairly low, but we'll see. All right, well, I'm going to take a break now, and I'm going to ask a question because I really thought I was as clear on this as I could be before. But the riddle for chat is where the Twitch plays is written. And you can figure that out as I go by, and that will answer why I've decided to go on a break now. And when I get back, hopefully we can have a stream where things that frustrate me aren't happening. So I will see you all in a minute or two. Dovaki Numa. My apologies for the time on that break. I know I lost a few of you because of that. There's the old sayings about watch pots and boiling and such. In this case, I've learned the trick. If I only partially fill it, it boils faster. But inevitably I just fill it to the top when it's done, and that always causes the longer wait. So, I don't know if there's really that much more I want to try and do today. Like, we're only halfway through, so there's kind of an argument that I could go back to the Sweet Bones and try and make some things happen, but... Stendrian, how you doing? I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to comment on your finale on Hollow Knight. I haven't actually beaten it myself, but I generally don't like the attitude that people have about spoilers whenever it's, like, it becomes just this conversation ender for everything. As it happens, I actually just wound up really busy, and I had your stream on a totally separate computer from what I was working on. But I did see that you fought the Hollow Knight, and it does actually seem like you completed the game, and I felt rather bad I didn't comment on it at the time. So anyways, let me just take a quick second here and shout out Dendrian, who is a very nice broadcaster. He sort of touts himself and me as a second monitor broadcaster, and I feel that does not give him enough justice. He is actually a very intelligent and a very thoughtful broadcaster. And you can. Oh, by the way, I just noticed Shake the Box. I don't think I saw your shout out earlier. I guess that would have been from a host, but anyways. But no, Dendrian is a and you'd think intelligent and thoughtful belong together, but unfortunately they don't. I think if anything, the owner of a very large social media platform will be an indication that you can be an intelligent but not thoughtful individual. But in the case of Dendrian, not only is he both, but if you do take the time to engage with him in his chat, and I highly recommend that you do, you will have some very interesting conversations, some thought-provoking ones. If you are mathematically inclined, you can actually also get a few fun math facts out of him, or at the very least have a chat about areas of mutual interest. And overall, just somebody I was very happy to find through the Hooded Horse game Against the Storm, which he plays at a very high skill level, but I certainly do not want to pigeonhole him as either, again, a second monitor broadcaster. Although, again, that's a fine one. Like, for those of you that just like hanging out and listening to a broadcast, he's great for that. But on top of that, he actually plays a number of very interesting games that I have put either on a wish list or in my shopping cart. Including Graveyard Keeper, although I haven't played Stardew Valley, so I feel like Goth Stardew Valley is not quite my thing. But sounds like a nerd. I'm out. I got bad news for you about this stream, Olaf. And actually, I feel like I should also mention for Olaf. Olaf is a moderator for Miss Ariella. I believe Olaf actually does occasionally stream on his own as well, but Miss Ariella is a broadcaster who I've known for quite a while on Twitch. Very nice person. It's someone I don't always get a chance to interact with as much as I would like. C. McLaugh. Thank you very much for the 28 months of subscribing. I'm delighted that you've picked up this game. I don't know. Obviously, I like to assume every single copy of Book of Hours was sold on my, my advertising of it, and that I should be asking for a percentage from Weather Factory. But yeah, I don't know if you know, but we actually got to broadcast this on the developer's Steam page, and then I got a chance to interview Weather Factory on the GOG channel for release. So I don't know if there's just a nice coincidence that you have gotten into the game at this time. But I definitely I'm delighted that you've checked it out. Hey, Strava. And I can understand the feeling of being daunted. Like, to me, this is one of the virtues of the game, right? So first of all, you get all of the different memories that come from just interacting with the items, but also items mean different things at different points. So we've been placing a few different busts in the staircase based on how, like, what we know about them. And one of the things that I think is interesting about this is a nice sort of visual or almost physical. Like, if this were to be like a live action item, this is kind of a representation of how we've gained an understanding of the of Hush House and what's happened in it. And I think the thing I like about this is that this is an environment that you can get lost in, right? Like, sometimes there's an item that you can say, oh, that's right, I had the elixir of X, Y, or Z, and you're able to work out with it. So, I mean, you do have some benefits here where, like, you can say, oh, wait, I needed a tool. Which of these tools do I pick up here? And you can highlight it. You can say, okay, well, I know, the shears are a tool, but not the cranial tchotchke. So the game gives you enough to sort of reduce the search, but like, to me, we talked about this a little bit before in the chat. Like, there's the idea of optimal play, but it's not the international for Dota 2, right? There's no multi-million-dollar prize. You don't get to keep Hush House at the end of Book of Hours. Really, what you get out of this game are sort of the memories and the knowledge and the experience. Basically, you go for the ride. And that's not to suggest, like, some people really do actually want to go through the house and see everything all that they want. Like, I'm absolutely not knocking people who want to sort of see everything just, like, follow one after the other. But I think one of the things that's nice about it is, because it's so big, one way that you can sort of turn the daunting element in on itself is to just sort of say, my God, look at all this fun stuff that I'm going to be working on. And I'm going to take this one at a time. So a great example of this, I believe... Oh, wait, not the dispensary. I do not believe I have ever used the barber's chair once. Ever, including in the beta. But we know that barbers have a fairly significant role to play in the world of in the secret histories, right? You have people who, there's the rituals where, you cut a lock of your hair before you go to sleep. We know that the barbers have moth aspect. There's lots of references to sort of shears, cutting, all of these things specifically attached to barbers. I think there's even, like, the barber's warning is one of the bits of lore inside of Cultist Simulator. So a barber's chair is a significant thing in this game, but as it happens, I just haven't felt the need to try this out yet. I mean, maybe at some point I'll say, hey, let's do an inventory of, Sacrolemea, the rites and the orders of mortals who have tried to remain apart. These rites touch on on the secrets of hours of the Mansis, chiefly gods who are flesh and gods from light. So, I say, well, we try Sacrolemea, and we've got regret and recall. So this would be an element of the soul and a memory. We can apparently add another memory here. I've already used up the... we've already used up the... what do I say? Elements of the soul. Citadel, thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, like, this is just an example where I know that a barber's chair has significance in this game. But I haven't had the opportunity yet to make anything of it. And it's one of these things, because of what I know of the environment. I want to follow up on that at some point, but I'm not in any particular rush just because my focus have been on a few other things. So when you get decision fatigue at some point when playing Book of Hours, but you don't want to leave it yet, you start rearranging the items in the house, all beverages in the kitchen, all sustenance and other tools in the forge. Yeah, that's one way of doing it. I tend not to like having rooms dedicated for individual things. I don't know, it's just a thing for me. You'll notice that I tend to keep Hush House more or less as I find it. But I do like the idea of sort of having a particular set of focuses. So you're sort of saying, now that Numa's gone, you're probably going to be a maniac for books, and you're right. Like that is going to be sort of my primary focus for a while. But again, then something else might catch my fancy, and I'm like, okay, I've got a bit of time. We don't need to worry about Numa yet. So I'll go off and follow another thing. And at some point, I do want to spend some time just examining the different crafting stations, because I can see the crafting stations in terms of things like, like there's the challenges, and then there's, different combinations of things like elements of the souls and memory. And I can use them for different recipes. But I do get the feeling that, specific things like the telescope, right? A telescope is a special thing. And I would like to have an idea. I was reading a little bit of the Great Comet of 1577 that's referred to, an actual historical event. But it does, for me, I would like to, in addition to just using this as a crafting station that will accept, rose and sky, I'd actually be quite interested to see specifically what telescopy things I can do with this. It helps you connect deeper with the game and also make searching for options. Yeah, for sure. And it is kind of neat to sort of put your stamp on the playthrough, right? I think the biggest one, especially in terms of how we've discussed before, is what you do with the Tree of Wisdoms when the time comes. That's another way that you can kind of put your stamp on your playthrough. And also things like the Grand Ascent is another example of that. So there's a lot of different ways that you sort of wind up putting a mark on your playthrough. The old-time telescope is far different from a modern one. Indeed. And I stumbled on one of these, but I did discover that I was able to generate them. But the Deerde lens, it's not that powerful in terms of its aspects, but I still think is relevant when you're working with the telescope. Okay, I didn't actually look at these. So stuff, also things. Okay, possible inspiration from a relevant thing. Memory, so if we need, we can assign the earth sign, and the only thing we won't be able to do is add the element of the soul. So, as is our way, we tend to get lucky with these things. Another fear. All right, Oriflams, thanks you for your custom. So I have been kind of reckless with the funds, but we're still up 8 in terms of tally price. So once we start getting a little lower, I do want to keep some money set aside for language lessons, but I'm gonna settle for. I don't know. I'll settle for acquiring books even if I can't. It's a little bit like real life. I've got a couple of books that I think reasonably could be defined as a bit too advanced for me. There is a side of me that would kind of like to try the stuff also things. I rather suspect I would be able to throw another item. So like the cake bowls would be an example that I can put in here, but it's not that hard for me to get the earth sign back. So. This is definitely a case where it's a kind of a bird in the hand matter. But again, we've got our full flower, so that is another text that we can read. So dialogues with bees and uses for honeys as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. Milagro spends an entire chapter on his hatred of wasps, which he describes as the vile pretenders. Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions. Oh, by the way, somebody said something nice about Dendrian, which I completely... Be Free says here, follow Dendrian, any friend of Chalk's is someone I'll stalk, or check out their stream anyway. You say reckless with funds nearly... Well, sorry, I mean tally, so... But yeah, no, I definitely haven't, I haven't had as much of a need to, I mean, in fairness, for a very large part of the playthrough, I didn't realize that I could regenerate elements of the soul at the Sweet Bones, so I probably used the Sweet Bones less than I would have otherwise. But for the most part, I was able to get what I needed from memories with Reverend Timothy. So in this case, I didn't need... I mean, it's kind of a matter of public record if you check out the YouTube channel. Not that I'm telling anybody to do homework, but yeah, in this case here, I didn't wind up needing to do a lot of the things that I normally use pounds for. But yeah, what I specifically mean here are the spin tria. And again, I'm happy with it. These resources exist to be consumed, but I basically want to make sure that I'm like, if it's 2 tally for each lesson, then with the gold I can get 2 and have 1 left over for change. So I can get, like right now I can get 4 lessons, which seems like that's maybe a bit much to expect between now and the next event. On the other hand, if I get another offer from Oriflammes and it winds up being 5, I actually all of a sudden now only have 1 language lesson. And of course, on top of that, you could say, well, then don't go buy a 5 tally book from Oriflammes. But it might be a 5 tally book that I can actually read, and I prioritize the skills over the others. So it's always, there's always going to be the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. So, anyways. Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions passed down from earlier and greater branches of their species, but that they are fiercely jealous of these traditions being passed on to lesser insects, and insist above all on an oath of secrecy. Tragically, therefore, he is unable to describe these more substantial and powerful traditions. I'm fascinated by this one. A quick aside, too. It's been ages since we've seen this developer, but that doesn't mean... I don't know, like, it's not like I've sworn an oath of enmity against them or anything like that. But Valiant Cheese is a game developer, and he has made a pay-what-you-want game, which is available on itch, called Hive Time. And that you can sort of describe it as SimCity, but with bees. So it's a very charming city builder. I think he's kind of clear that it's pay what you want as opposed to a free game. I know some people have downloaded the game and decided to give it a how do I put it, like a price later. Some people pay up front. I merely just say this because in the end he does make a living doing it. He's worked with I'm trying to think of some of the people he's worked with. He's worked with Double Fine. He's worked with who are the people who did Hand of Fate? Defiant. And with the sort of reconstituted Defiant Spitfire games, I believe he's working on their superhero strategy game, Capes. He's also a very big Linux proponent. So for those of you who like that, Book of Hours has a Linux build. He is he feels quite strongly about being able to use free and open source tools both for game development and to play games. But on the topic of bees, I felt that was a decent one to mention out. I'm ready to invest in a Brandkrug Roth IRA. Well, I don't believe the UK. I believe the IRAs are specifically an American matter. I know it's an RRSP in the case of Canada. I don't know what the UK equivalent is. Oh, you missed what game I'm talking about. Hive Time. That might actually be one that you're interested in, Dendrian. It's available on itch.io. I don't believe it is on Steam because it's a pay-what-you-want game. But yeah, I would say SimCity by way of bees is the answer there. But definitely check it out if you like city builders. I'm going to take a quick second here because I haven't seen insects and nectars yet, so I'm going to write that in my spreadsheet. And because I don't have that skill, I'm going to guess that I don't have this book in my list either. So I think I am going to try and recover an element of the soul for this. I'd actually need to recover 2, and we may not have the time for it. Well, let's do our best. So, the tryst gives me the moon. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Again, the descriptions of the food on this make me very hungry. I just had a hot dog during my break, so as nice as the hot dog was, it's certainly not what's available at the Sweet Bones. I'm also going to pour a glass of water. Water just because that's renewable, and I'm going to... It's a long shot, but I'm going to try and restore my health to get that second level of insects and nectars. Oh, you know what? I don't even need to use this lesson to acquire a new skill. That's right, you don't need to use the element of the soul to get your first skill. Never mind. My personal library is a little bit better stacked like this. I generally have them in broad categories, but not. It's not as tidy as I'd like it to be. Like the challenge is that sometimes you have so I have a dedicated economics section, as you might expect. But the question is like, you know, the wealth of nations and like capital. Do those go in the economic section, or are those, you know, more of historical interest, or even philosophy, right? Or that's probably not even the most complicated example. But I also have like, you know, popular economics textbooks, and those, or sorry, popular economics books, and those currently sit beside economics textbooks. So do I need to have separate categories for those? Because some of the textbooks I have are also very readable, like The Lever of Riches is one. I actually had some pumpernickel today. There's a really nice kind of cafe and bakery just up the street from where I am, and they every once in a while they'll give me something left over from the day. So Das Kapital gets its own shrine. Oh. It reminds me how you drooled while reading The Nine Princes of Amber, I think, when Corwin described how one of his siblings brought him food and drink, bread, cheese, cold cuts, and red wine. Yeah, no, it's, you know, it's, but, and again, like, it's completely consistent. You can take something like Wrapped in the King, which is describing cannibalism, and that's gonna give you a feeling of horror. At least it does for me. But in the cozier library, and Wrapped in the King is in this game too, but in this cozier environment, right? Again, and you've got a house full of things, full of, you know, tasty things, full of tea, full of all sorts of goodies. Being able to get some description, you know, and again, whether you know, it's the scent that you think of, or if it's the, you know, the taste. Again, I notice that this game is very good at engaging the senses, and not just through the memories. It's something that I appreciate about it, and it's on top of. So to return to that earlier question about should you play Cultist Simulator to understand Book of Hours. I actually think the better understanding just comes from seeing how the two games are designed and what their focuses are, because to a certain extent you can also learn a little bit more about the two games by thinking about where its attention goes. Like I couldn't imagine describing a feast in Cultist Simulator, but it feels very natural to describe what you're eating at the Sweet Bones and each of the different seasons, no less. No interest in Long Bay. Sure, and I mean the Exile is excellent. I actually feel that there was something specifically about the Exile. I think it's the Wolf Divided ending, and specifically when this game starts, that put me on a particular train of thought that I thought was very interesting. I've generally become quite a bit more interested in Edge overall. I'm probably my favorite of the Edge hours would be the Kernel. But I do think there are some big events that are hinted at between the two games, and certainly had I not encountered that specific bit of writing in Exile, I don't think I would have appreciated a particular date that I see in Book of Hours. But on the other hand, I also understand that for some people, and I get this a lot. People have been very, very generous on the YouTube comments, but I think a lot of people who are coming to Book of Hours basically are exactly who Weather Factory was sort of targeting for this, which is I really wanted to like Cultist Simulator, but it asked a lot of me, and I just wasn't. I was not ready to. I was not ready to go through that. I didn't want to do that to myself, I think is the one way of putting it. I'm very happy that people are able to sort of spend some time in this world now as a result. But again, you get different perspectives from different characters, and so as a result, if you are interested in Book of Hours, maybe that will be the gateway to trying out Cultist Simulator, because of course you're going to know a little bit more about how Cultist Simulator communicates its ideas, having become steeped in Book of Hours. It'd be interesting if they added Hush House to Exile as a location. Yeah, actually, especially because I guess Exile's a prequel to the events of Cultist Simulator. So there is a specific reference to the Sweet Bones. I don't know if you remember that, but in I believe one of the possible endings for the Exile is that you actually wind up either running or at least serving at the Sweet Bones, which is kind of neat. I think it's the one with no Reckoners, no Exile. Actually, you know what? Let me just take a second and see if I can do a search for this, because this is kind of a fun one. Would you recommend Book of Hours before Cultist Simulator? So this is a very difficult one for me to say. And it's because it's a question of taste. Cultist Simulator is I think Cultist Simulator is a wonderful game. It's important to remember that I've enjoyed many years of playing it. It, in addition to being a very substantial game on release, it has received some free updates. So the Apostle run, I think the Detective was always part of the game, but if the Apostle, I know, was added later as a free DLC. Then the Dancer was added as a paid DLC. The Priest, the Ghoul, and or the Medium is the Legacy, but the DLC name was the Ghoul. And then the Exile is almost Cultist Simulator 1.5. And that's the way to think about that game, is that is generally, we'll leave the Exile aside, because the Exile is a fairly unique DLC, but of the existing DLC, essentially what you are dealing with is someone, you might even consider them to be just a normal person, who either through a dream or something that happened to them or some kind of an encounter, they've been given a glimpse on sort of what's going on beneath the skin of the world. And you'll see for this game as well as Cultist Simulator, a lot of people kind of talk about there not being a tutorial, and that's, in a strict sense, I know what people mean when they say it doesn't have a tutorial, and in the sense of a tutorial that other games do, that is correct. However, the game does actually give you quite a bit of guidance. So the tutorial for Book of Hours is how you get from the beach up to Hush House. So it's not a tutorial in the sense that it tells you to press space to jump, but it's a tutorial. But the deal with Cultist Simulator is that there is no, you can't go to the library and get deep dark mysteries for dummies, right? Or the big book of the great secrets lying just beneath the skin of the world. So I will answer that question, Shabba, because that's a good one. But and so the perspective that you gain on the secret histories is someone who is, first of all, trying to understand what's going on in the world of the secret histories, but you're also going into the Mansis, and you are trying to achieve great power doing this. And so with that, you are taking you're taking an active role. You wind up burgling Strathcoyne's residence, for instance. You will potentially abduct people and sacrifice them. You're almost kind of like the person that the investigator is looking into in some kind of a Lovecraft story. So, in that sense, right, because you are trying to figure this out as you go along, it's a game that you learn while playing it. You also have the main theme for that game is sort of, you've got the special thing that might only mean something to you. And of course, I take this as, maybe the play that you want to write or the game that you want to make or the invention. There's all sorts of, everybody kind of has something that's really special for them that they want to do, and it's often the case that the real world can be quite hostile to that. At the very least, it's indifferent, and it expects us to do things like keep a roof over our heads, pay the rent, and keep food in our bellies and such. And so in the case of Cultist Simulator, because it's basically roguelike in the sense that you have permadeath, and I know that I hate it when people go on about the Berlin interpretation. It just sounds very it sounds very Reformation era. But it is kind of designed to be something where you can sort of fail, and then your progress that you make between sessions is largely the knowledge that you take of this occult world as you go through it. But this is the challenge, right? Is that for some people it can be very frustrating to invest a lot of time in a game only to die to starvation or despair, and then fall over the other end. So, in the case of Straba, and the question, what would you return it for? Essentially, it's the question that there are people who've put a lot of time into this game, and they say that, I want to like this, but I really just can't stand the fact that it's going to take me, this many hours to get to this point, and it's still possible that all of that work is going to be undone because, I get caught by the Suppression Bureau or what have you. And I disagree with it in the sense that I really like the game, and it's a game that sustained a couple hundred hours of playtime for me. Obviously on stream, a broadcaster's always going to have a different set of priorities. But I don't think there's no argument with taste. I see where they're coming from, even if I don't personally agree with it. And so to Silvadel's point, right, it was Lucky Wandering, and hello, Lucky Wandering. Book of Hours is definitely more approachable in the sense that it doesn't fail you, and as a result, Book of Hours will also allow you to go more. It will allow you to go deeper in the setting. However, I do also want to draw your attention, like, so far as I can tell, you don't get to visit this place, the Mansus, whereas this is a place you actually visit in Cultist Simulator. And so, from my view, the two games are quite complementary. You will learn things about the world in one game that maybe you don't in the other. And some of the fun can actually be working out those connections for yourself. But the reason why I'm taking the time to kind of give this very long answer to that question is that because Book of Hours is new, and because it can sometimes be helpful to draw a contrast between games, I sometimes feel that Cultist Simulator is going to be highlighted for some of its shortcomings, or what are perceived as shortcomings relative to Book of Hours. And I feel that that's kind of unfair to Cultist Simulator, because it's still a very good game. It's a different game, and it may be one that, like, I can see why people would like one and not necessarily the other. But whether or not it's one that you should play first or not, that is really a question in terms of what your tolerance is. Like, if you're okay with a game that will sort of fail you while you learn it, then Cultist Simulator is wonderful. And if you feel that the idea of maybe feeling the confusion that you do at the start of Book of Hours, while also having the risk that, you know, you can actually die from one of several different levels, then I would recommend Book of Hours first, and then maybe see if Cultist Simulator works for you after you sort of understand how the game communicates its information. So hopefully that, I mean, other people may have some views to share in here, but hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea in terms of where the emphasis is between the two games. So, Deep Dark Mysteries is your next anthology. Yeah. Anyways, I know some of you are here to see Book of Hours, but it's a go. The one I do mean it when I say I am actually really interested in seeing the cohort that go to Cultist Simulator from Book of Hours. I think that's going to be really interesting. So there was also a comment before. So now that we're past this, the chalice doesn't help with the book because it's a liquid and a beverage. It's not a tool. So, and when I was trying to level up Denzil, it was Forge. So in the case of Grail and Nectar, it doesn't go through. I just don't like dealing with that stuff at the time because I like to figure stuff out on my own. And in the end, you know, if we fail in a test, you know, maybe we get a malady, but that's just another thing for us to do. So, but yeah, I'm happy to see people defend, well, not defend, but people speak up for Cultist Simulator in this, because again, I totally understand why people are describing Cultist Simulator the way that they do, but I want to be careful that the contrasts that are drawn are ones that are helpful for people deciding if a game is for them, and not just sort of, okay, you know, Cultist is old news, so avoid it like the plague. It's this is going to be such a weird example, but in the case of there's a tabletop game which I rather like called BattleTech. And all you really need, like, BattleTech, even if you just get a starter box, like, has a perfectly serviceable set of rules for you. The, like, core rulebook is called Total Warfare. And there's a whole, like, way of describing, but, like, there's, I think, like, 5 or 6 different rulebooks that you can get for it. Thank you very much for the follow. There's, like, 6 books that you can get. You treat them like Lego, right? So if you want to do, like, you know, solar system spanning operations, you can get a rule book for that. And if you would just want to focus on sort of like skirmishes, you know, you could probably get by with the one in the box set. And the drawback with the dialogue around that is there's a I think it's called the Mech Manual, which basically just focuses on the giant stompy robot. So it's not like combined arms. You don't need to worry about, like, you know, air and land forces that aren't battle mechs. And a lot of people, in the interest of making the game approachable, you say, oh, just get the mech manual, and just don't read Total Warfare. Don't read Total Warfare. It's too complicated, and it creates this impression that like the core rulebook of the game is this thing to be avoided like the plague. And I don't think anybody means that. It's just the way the dialogue winds up going is it makes it sound like it's this thing that is to be avoided at all costs, even though it is actually the standard set of rules for this game. And I don't think this is happening with Cultist Simulator, but I can see how it might develop that way when people are like, oh yeah, in Cultist Simulator, like it's gonna kill you right away, like that's such a hard game. And it's like, it's not. It is a game. It says what it wants to say. It is a very good game, but it's one that is more demanding than Book of Hours. And so if somebody has started with Book of Hours or appreciates the more relaxed style for Book of Hours, what you want to do is you want to prepare them that this game is going to demand a bit more of them. That's effectively where it goes through. I've never actually played Alpha Strike. I know that's the one that uses measurements. I've never personally bothered Total War. Like I take it as a source book, right? Like I go through the parts that I need, and I think I think depending on what you want to do. I also think Combined Arms is interesting, but I think it's a perfectly serviceable book. Like, I do think that the pendulum is swung the other way in terms of the mech manual. But I understand why, because people, people want to be helpful, and sometimes contrasts do serve a use. So, see, I haven't played Dwarf Fortress, so I couldn't comment. Anyway, sorry, I've filibustered the decisions that I need to make. I'm trying to decide if it probably makes the most sense to do Duratio Quercum. The catch is that I'm still stuck with the same problems that I had before. It's like we don't have the rain memory. So yeah, we'll get our impulse from... We'll get our impulse from the allopoly work. I should probably also grab another memory from Wrapped in the King. So maybe we'll do that with the Faust. And I think I said I was going to try to use Denzil to yeah, I almost did something really stupid and tried to get Denzil for the Broken Bridge again. But I am the Twiceborn, so I should actually be thinking about what I can do with Reverend Timothy. So, you played Battle Droids back in 1984. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I'm a latecomer to BattleTech, but it's neat. Like, okay, so what I should be thinking about is what can I do to get Reverend Timothy up to the relevant knock. So he starts with 1. Oh yeah, it's the 1 knock that's going to be a problem with that actually. So 1 knock. So we can hit him with the 2 for the memory, and then 2 from Shapt. I don't think we have a knock tool, so we're at 5. We need to find another 4. Well, we just freed him the Glassfinger talks, and then he's open. No. Yeah, let's not even try the Broken Bridge. So essentially, I think if I want to get to the Broken Bridge in my current setup, I am stuck. I'm stuck relying on the kindness of strangers. So we will go to the Sweet Bones and see who we can hire. What visitors might be passing through. Find out what unusual passerby might be looking for employment. Now, depending on that, I will read Wrapped in the King again to get the persistent nectar memory. And then what I think we'll do here, I would like to try and do a bit more exploration. Actually, I shouldn't have used the Tryst because I could have used that for beachcombing. You try and find the Frangiclave. I know somebody was, there was a good question in YouTube when somebody said, isn't the Hush House key a knock tool? And it's a good question because it really allows you to see the difference between a thing and an instrument. So, the Hush House key is a thing and it is a key, and it does in fact have a good like knock and winter aspect. But unfortunately, it's a thing is not a tool. Although I do believe tools are things. All right, nearby fugitive who gives us scale, edge, and heart. I don't really think we need that, but it never hurts to double check. Actually, that's right. We've got the Shrieking Gull Cloud, so this wouldn't have been my usual choice, but let's see. It never hurts to just sort of work it out on paper. My only regret is my pencil doesn't have its pressure sensitivity anymore, so I basically need to use a near pencil width eraser to erase everything. So the 4 edge is a nice start, but I think we're going to find our advantage actually falls back pretty quickly. So we start with the 4 edge, and then presumably a contradiction will give us the 2 there. Now, we don't have Arab or metal, so we don't actually have an element of the soul to enhance them. So we start, and then we can give them the saw for the... Yeah, so we can give them the saw to boost them up to 7. But that's a gap of 5 that I somehow need to work with. I don't really see that working unless I've got a special preparation. To be honest with you, I don't even think we have that many edge aspected food items. Pineapple. Pineapple's got to be edge aspect. I know the tea would give us some, so the second flush of Sam. But the thing is, I think most of the edge... drinks I have, or most of the edge liquids I have, are deadly. Yeah, I mean, so... One thing I'll say for the difficulty of Cultist Simulator, I occasionally find myself in a tricky spot, let's say. But I feel, except for Exile, I actually feel comfortable enough in the game that I generally don't think I'm going to have an involuntary ending. Now, I don't know... I couldn't say for sure if that's equivalent to what people are saying about Dwarf Fortress, because I haven't played Dwarf Fortress and can't comment. But the big trick is that, I kind of feel if I say that about Cultist Simulator, that's not very helpful, just for the simple reason that, I say that having played the game for a couple hundred hours, and I think there are very few games where you can turn around and say, well, yeah, after a couple of hundred hours, you're still supposed to be losing, right? So it's one of these distinctions that, I think for the realistic lifespan for people, I imagine that there's still going to be some situations where they, the game gets the better of them, and rightly so. Also, I think I missed something that was said before about I enjoy... Sorry, let me just see here. Oh my goodness, sorry, there's some more Battletech stuff. I've been trying to figure out what I want to do with the day, so I apologize. Alright, I'm going to try and focus a little bit on the playthrough for... I mean, I've been focusing already, but I'm going to dedicate a bit of attention to that just to see. So I think we'll say, let's not worry about the fugitive, because the scale, edge, and heart aren't quite what I need here. There, obviously, the edge would be nice for the Shrieking Gull Cloud, but I'm not going to be able to. I'm not going to be able to seal the deal. We're not able to make things work with Reverend Timothy. So I think probably once I get the memories that I need, it would seem to me a good choice. So collecting some items would be one thing, but I think maybe what I want to start doing now is I want to start experimenting with crafting, because we are starting to hit some boundaries in terms of what I can achieve without either better, drinks or better memories. And I know there are a few that we can create. So let's say I will use my Faust for Rapton the King. Then I will move to... right, I have to use my heart to read the text, so I'm not quite sure what I thought I was going to do there, but... So this is going to be De Ratio Quercum. In English, the title translates roughly as The Account of the Oaks, but this is Nathaniel Darcy Evers' fascinating, if haphazard, survey of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. Note here, so Nathaniel Darcy Evers, this is a really good example about where having a little familiarity with Cultist Simulator can just add a nice little seasoning to the game without... without it being in your face. We've encountered Nathaniel Darcy Evers before. Now, I'm not going to try and suggest that this is cracking open the meaning of this text, right? This is just sort of, I remember this guy. A little bit like you can say, you hear about Thirza Blake every once in a while, and all of a sudden, behold, Thirza. So it's more of a nice, I remember this guy, and you start sort of feeling like there's this more sort of lived-in world, and you're recognizing the names popping up more and more often. And that, to me, is one of the nicest things that familiarity with Cultist Simulator is bringing you. But you can do it the other way around, right? You can encounter some of these names in Book of Hours, and then find find this nice feeling of coming home with others as well. Okay. I'm going to wait. I think we've got plenty of time in the day, so I think what we're going to do here is I want to see what the challenge is before I go further. And then depending on how the challenge shapes up, what I can do is I'll use the Shaft and the Whist, and my main focus on using these, I'm going to spend some time with my skills. This is going to be a chance for me to, one, play around a little bit with my spreadsheet and fill in some of the gaps. But number two, if I have some things that I've got filled in on the spreadsheet, but I haven't been able to see like what specifically they do yet, like what the item makes, this is going to be my, oh, damn it. Well, we failed this one no matter what. I mean, I could, in a pinch, like go to the Tree and Wisdoms and put an emergency health in, but I feel like that would be admitting defeat. So, we've had a pretty good run with getting lucky on those books, though. So, I can't get too salty about it. All right. So I believe for the Beehive we need nectar. Oh, nectar or scale. Cool. So let's. I apologize in advance because I know this is going to be a little dry for people. Actually, a lot dry. But I'm going to go right from the top. So Auroral Contemplation. So the Lantern will generate Eigengrau. The Edge will generate Torg's Cleansing. We can make Xanthotic Essence with the Lantern. Now, if we add a memory with the Edge, we can get a winning move, but we've never actually made the winning move, so we don't know what that provides. And then we haven't done a Keeper recipe, and I'm gonna guess that I'm gonna guess that that's just simply not on the table. But let's see what we can do maybe with the Xanthotic Essence. Of course, I would need, I would need the memory for that as well. All right, so I'm already kind of hitting the limits. Well, we're up to 12. So I'm sure there's a sneaky edge thing I can throw in. I think there's one of the potted plants has quite a bit of lantern. I need something with 3 lanterns, so that's not trivial. Oh, the amber might be. Yep. Okay. So either the requirement for the keeper recipe is not a liquid, like, so it's one of these two things is not required. So the keeper level recipes, it doesn't give you hints for. You basically need to figure that out on your own. And that's fine. I'm okay moving beyond that. It occurred to me actually the Whist would have given me lantern as well. I should have paid closer attention to that. I really chose a weird set of elements of the soul to try with this. Okay, so Sacrolemea. So I don't know the winter side for this. The winter side should be trivial. Wait a minute. Winter? The hell was I thinking there? So either this changed or I wrote down the wrong one. Okay, I'm not expecting too much from the moth, but let's see what we can do here. Actually, if the dispensary doesn't let me do something, I don't think I have a lot of moth stuff to work with. So elements of the soul, I basically have nothing. But maybe the cat's claw. No, cat's claw is moon. I'm sure we've got moth. Well, okay, this isn't the most exciting. Oh, hang on, but we can still get Westcott's compounds. Presumably with Sky, we get the Awakened Feather, but I don't think we'll be able to see that here. So if I can find another 3 moth to work with, between matter and substance, I feel like there's at least a drink that we can throw. Maybe the Skin Shuck Mead counts as a liquid? I think I used the one in the garden, though. Oh, nope. Alright, the Ordo Lamea taught how to prepare forgeful compounds from ephemeral materials. The moth finds the flame. Or for a scholar level recipe, if I include a memory and smoke the preparation while it's fresh, I'll gain a riddlesome insight. Okay. So, not Not the most helpful, but let's see what Edict's Liminal gives me. Okay, so Tangle Brag, if I add a memory, I get a named riddle. Okay, actually, we know almost everything. It's just the Keeper that we don't have, so... Inks of Containment. So apparently I don't know the moon side of that, but I don't really have anything to do with moon. Apparently, I have neglected Hammer Time, so let's see what we can do with Hammer Time. Mind you, I don't have a metal to work with, so... Oh no, this is interesting. So I already get the Levitic Tincture. I don't know if I really have an edge fuel. I guess Schloss Jannings adds a little something. But as far as an edge, I'm not really sure I've got an edge substance I can throw in here. Yeah, steel wire. Oh, okay, I do have a metal. Actually, hang on. This might be what I need for Denzel. This is why it's helpful to do stuff like this, because you never know where the insight's going to come from. So Denzel starts with 2 forge. We've got the 1 from the shaft. Again, theoretically we could get a second from metal, but I'm being stubborn. The memory would be 2 forge. The tool would be 1 forge. So 2, 4, 5, 6. Give him the drink, which is 2 forge. That's the Lapsang Suchong, so that brings him up to 8. Yeah, so if I give him the wire, that's 10 forge to work with. So I suppose the question is, am I willing to give up the wire, knowing that I really don't have anything else? I can do it here, because I'm trying to... Yeah, I need a memory to make that happen. Okay, I'm going to take a different approach here. I want to see the ones that I don't have level 1 and outcomes for. So, Disciplines of the Scar. That's not going to help me. This probably won't... nope, this will. I don't think I have edge papers. But I believe I have a good edge ink that I can throw at this. Perniculate. Torg's Cleansing, okay. Now apparently I've not checked out pyroglyphics yet. So this should be trivial. Westcott's compounds. And we're up to 6. I don't think it's worth trying to push it. Maybe if I had the memory. Insects and nectars I didn't even write down the aspects for. Ah, where are you? Okay, nectar and moon. So the nectar should be... I should basically take the nectar for granted. Okay, you gulling. I think stitching and binding might be... No? If I find a heart to work with. I wonder if I add the mixing bowls, if it's going to give me the heart recipe. Nope. We've used up the mixing bowl. I'm going to have to find another heart or just wait. I'm just trying to remember. I don't think any of these do have heart, but this is moth and... This one I think is lantern and moth, yeah. I'll save it for another occasion then. But weaving and not working would be the last of the basic things that I haven't actually looked at yet. And we're already using... Whist should work here. I don't think I've encountered this yet. Yes, I have. It is an ink. So if I add the moth tool, let's add the shears. Let's see if it gives me the moth. No. So that might change if I bring it to the relevant desk, though. I don't think I have another moth desk kicking around. But I do have a dispensary. Nope, it still wants to force the... It still wants to force the moth. Okay. Well, that's a start. I don't have a clear game plan for the next step here. So I'm going to start taking a look at what I can do with knock, because I know they wanted me to add some eggs, and I actually have some eggs to kick around with now. So horns and ivories, for instance. Now that's going to be a little bit of a... That's going to be an interesting problem. So Shapt gives me knock and forge. Whist gives me winter and lantern, but neither of these are relevant. So all of a sudden, my possibilities have shrunk. So let's maybe start by taking a look at an egg here. Brewable. Yeah, I'm trying to think of where I might want to put this. You know, I don't think I can find a combination that works with the egg right now. And then glass blowing and vessel crafting, I can get that up to 6. If I add a metal, I can do something big with it, but I don't think I'm going to be pushing further. I actually, so as it turns out, a lot of these knock recipes I know rather well. So the opportunity, basically the challenge here is that normally I would say this is a good opportunity for me to be able to make something, but I actually know most of the stuff that I want to make out of these. The ones that I do want to make, I'm not able to use. So, to close out the day, I can make some of the usual boring stuff that I do. Well, not boring, but some of the usual stuff that I do. Or I can... Again, sorry, I'm trying to think what the best way to handle the day. Or I can go to the sweet bones, I suppose. Yeah, so heart, rose, or scale, or heart, moon, or rose. Neither of those are relevant here. I don't exactly need the money, but money's always useful, so, I don't know, fixing and mending for 1. And then... I don't think it really matters, so if I add the auroral contemplations, that's Torque's cleansing, that's no good. Megaphene mysteries, maybe? No, that's terrible. That's not going to help at all. What if we took the rain and desires and dissolutions, and then if I add the spice scale, we can get a witching to sane. Not, again, not the most exciting choice for the day, but I actually do tend to find I'm always short a witching to sane. I used to keep one on the shelf here, and it would never turn out, so... It will be interesting if this health winds up cursed. But we can give this one a shot tomorrow. So, sorry about the long journey it took there. But I'm reasonably happy. I mean, it'd be nice if we could read the book, but other than that, I'm reasonably okay with how the day turned out. I'm not too upset. I'm not too upset with the prospect that we're waiting on a special hire. I'm going to be a little more careful with the elements of the soul that I give up. So I think the tryst and the health will be good for beachcombing and gardening. I have not tried anything with the beehive. I haven't tried any of these vegetable gardens, so I want to play around with those. And then the remainder, so we're just fatigued, which is nice. Yeah, so I mean, it's, no harm, no foul. So I think maybe what we'll do, let's say we put a Fost towards, seeing if we can get a special hire. The health and the tryst will be used for acquiring goods. And then... Oh yeah, actually the health is going to be tied up with the book, so I guess the tryst will be used to pick things up. Yes, the backspace I think I learned about from the patch notes, actually. Was it the patch note? No, I learned it because somebody was asking me about rebinding. But yeah, for the most part, I've worked out. The one thing is, I do kind of like the idea, during the interview, I think it was Alexis mentioned this, he liked the idea of, like, you have a bit of a journey over the bridge to go into town. So that is one thing I kind of like about being able to move around myself. Like, and again, you just kind of get familiar, but like the thing is where you're like, oh wait, where did all my elements of the soul go? Like that is, it's a huge one because I remember in the beta there were a couple of the gardening sections, like you, like it didn't, either the timer was so small I didn't see it, or it wasn't implemented there, and so I wound up in this horrible place where I would always think I'd lost my health for some weird reason, and it was always just I couldn't remember which gardening slot I'd put it in, but I don't know if it had been implemented in the beta and I didn't know about it, or if it was added because of the beta. But you're absolutely right. The backspace button is the way that you can recover your elements of the soul without. If nothing else, it's just a nice little default to hit if you're ever confused. But yeah, I think I've got the game plan for tomorrow. So, 1 Fost for finding help, another Fost for reading the Allopoly work. Yeah, actually, under requirements, I think what we do is we see what the hireling is first, and then... Yeah, the only exception to that is the Fost. So one of these I have to give up in terms of trying to get a hireling. I don't think this is going to help us. If I find some like Super Sky character maybe, but... Yeah, let's start and see what we can find in the Sweet Bones. So we're going to spend a minute on that, and then depending on who we find, we're going to... we're definitely going to use the health for studying the book, but I want to generate my impulse first. The Tryst... Actually, the Tryst is almost certainly going to be used for beachcombing. And then the remaining Fost, Shapt, and Whist. One of these will be used to generate the impulse. The remainder will either go towards the hireling, or they will go to... I don't know, side projects? What does... It doesn't collect everything for you, but it does go to the... I can show you at the Sweet Bones in 13 seconds, actually. It's a very helpful one, so actually Lucky Wandering is performing a public service by mentioning it. Okay, so we've got Seek Unusual Help here. So you're like, oh, okay, what, you know, wait, I have more than 1 Fost. Ah, this game's broken. We're going to fire a bug report. Hit backspace. Oh, there's my Fost. It's just it's a hotkey for basically zooming you in on a workstation that is complete but hasn't collected its items yet. As you can see, it zooms you in really close, so it's a little disorienting. But in general, it's a very nice help. I remember Judd Judson, who I don't think comes by all that often, but I know him from another broadcaster's channel. As soon as he found out about that was a game changer. Okay, the Unusual Nun is absolutely something. The Unusual Nun is helpful twice over, but I do kind of want to see what I'm assuming is the Nocturnal side, and it's also less expensive. So let me just game this out. So we've got 4 Knock, Shapt is 2, Pattern is 2. We don't have a tool, so 4, 6, 8. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so this is a neat problem. Where do I get the remaining 1 Knock? That's not a question, by the way. That is just the statement of the question. So let's start by seeing what we've got inside here. It feels like there should be like some kind of knocky item. But the more I think of the knock... Oh, there is definitely a knock... There's definitely a knock drink that we've had. I'm pretty sure it was a tea. The second Flesh Assam. We actually already poured we have 2 pots of that. Okay, so yes, we are definitely going to hire the Nun on an Unusual Pilgrimage. Nuns don't usually travel alone, this one does. The Sisterhood of the Triple Knot provides Knock, Moon, and Grail assistance. Talk to her before she leaves if you want to use her services. So we'll set aside the Shapt here. And so we know what the Whist and the Fost are going to be used for. So in this case, the Whist will use Traveling at Night Volume 1. That's to get the impulse. And it's been a while since I've gotten a pattern. I think advice on containment might give it. Yes, it does. So now we know we can use the tryst for beachcombing. What has the sea seeded today? And yeah, the rest of this we just need to let nature take its course. Hired. So first things first, let's talk about the shaft. The Sisters of the Triple Knot are long gone from this corner of the world, aren't they? Education or beguilement. Now, I am going to serve the tea, so let's bring that up. We'll keep this one fresh. We might as well use up what we have inside the house. Serve appropriately, pour out. Poured out. So, one edge, one knock. And then, where was the librarian's quarter? I do eventually want to move into the librarian's quarters. I just haven't quite had the time to squander my health. This is the drawback. Like, as fun as it is, and it is a fact. Like, so I didn't really want to go in with like an explicit challenge run for Book of Hours, like right out the gate. But it did wind up being kind of fun in terms of being a bit stingy with the elements of the soul, like the putting them in the Tree of Wisdoms. But it does, like, because I've kind of committed to that now, it does carry with it that sense of caution in terms of what you're actually getting up to. It can be a little tricky to say, okay, I'm gonna, like, if I just had more elements of the soul, I could obviously just, blast this all over the place. As it is, I need to be a little choosy in terms of the order in which I do things. Okay, so that pattern. I did want to make sure that I had the correct, memories, because the money is something I can sort of afford to lose. Something fits just right. The money is something I can afford to lose, but if I lose the tea, it's not the end of the world, but it's just one of those things I feel a little more grouchy about. For the simple reason that, like, it is a finite amount, and I'm not guaranteed the replacement. So, all right, Order and Pestle, the Impulse, and once more with the crazy Latin title. De Ratio Quercum. In English, the title translates roughly as The Account of the Oaks, but this is Nathaniel Darcy Ever's fascinating if haphazard survey of the occult properties of every tree that he can find, not just oaks. By the way, I apologize. I did say I was going to look up something about Exile that I never did. Okay, so one of the endings for Exile, I just found the write-ups here. The text of, and I won't say what you, like, there's a specific set of conditions that you need to meet for this to turn out, but we were talking a little bit about Hush House being a location in Exile. But here is the text for one of the endings for Exile. and I won't say what the conditions are for it, but 1. Payment 1 week in advance, no credit, no children. 2. For guests experiencing pursuit, management offers a sanctuary service for the listed surcharge. Damage to hotel property or staff inflicted by pursuers will be charged to the bill of the guest pursued. 3. Guests experiencing pursuit must disclose details to the management and pay for the sanctuary surcharge. In case of non-disclosure or of non-payment of any expense, management reserves the right to communicate with your pursuers. 4. Christmas dinners will comprise of a stew of white wine and juniper in the Strasbourg mode. Management will not entertain discussion of alternatives. 5. No reckoners, no exceptions. Notice the Sweet Bones, Brandkrug, December 1927. Which is obviously quite a bit earlier. So that might make a little bit more sense when you know what you need to do to... I think some of you who maybe haven't gotten that ending but know how Exile goes, you may have an idea in terms of what ending that winds up being. But at least as far as this region is concerned, this has actually been referred to prior to Book of Hours, and in this case, it's one of the endings that you can get as the Exile in the Exile. I have no idea if that was interesting. I realize it's like performing necromancy on certain conversation topics, but. It's, I guess it's kind of a recurring theme that we run into over the course of this broadcast, which is it's actually also interesting too, because we're almost about a week into the release of this game. So it is really interesting how the first set was more about, it did feel like a lot of people were like, how do you play this game? Oh, I didn't know I could do this thing, so on and so forth. Like the sort of things that you would expect from people getting familiar. And I've noticed that there's a subtle shift in terms of the conversation that's starting to happen, in the sense that the topics coming up now are a little bit more along the lines of, hey, is Cultist Simulator worth checking out? Is this something I'm going to enjoy? And that's exciting. Just because, number one, it means that probably more games like this get made. But it's also kind of fun too, because for me, I've always kind of taken Cultist Simulator as a for granted, whereas I'm kind of appreciating now that there's a whole group of people who are going to be experiencing that for the first chance. And not to get too self-promoting on this, but if you are on the fence about what Cultist Simulator is like, I do have dedicated playthroughs on the YouTube channel. So in addition to my streams, which I realize are not always that fun to watch as VODs, there are playthroughs of, I believe, not all of the DLC, but most of the DLC, as well as the main legacies of the game. So I believe the DLC I've not done dedicated YouTube series for are the Medium. I have done the Priest. I have done the Dancer. I've done a detective run, I've done an apostle run, I'm pretty sure I've done a physician, and I know I've done an aspirant. I know I've also done a bright young thing as well. So, if you want to get an idea in terms of what Cultist Simulator is like and what you're up against, I do definitely have quite a bit there to give you an idea of what it's like. I don't know how I live with myself, Olaf. I'll totally understand if you unsub. Alright, I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Like I said, people have been very generous with their comments on YouTube. It's been very pleasant. It's naturally very gratifying to see a game that, means a lot to you be one that a lot of other people are connecting with. I think that's... I don't know about you, but that's one of the things. So, it's just like when we're talking inside of chat and, you mentioned Battletech and it's like, oh, hey, I like Battletech too. And, there's that moment of recognition and there's that enjoyment. Games are fun because they are, even if you wind up playing them solo like a video game, there's just something about the community around it which is very fun. But yeah, there's, especially for like a very unique game, and I feel like one which has themes that are interesting and so might mean something special to you. I think that there's just something a little extra nice that happens there. So, all right, broken bridge. The jail bridge still stands, but charred and twisted. It groans dangerously in the wind. A fire then, but what fire does this? It's as if someone had trailed a match flame along a bridge of wax. On the far side, the gate stands wide. When the bridge is repaired, I can enter the jail. Obviously, I'll email support@weatherfactory.biz to explain that jail is misspelled, but... a memory. Okay, we are going to be able to get this time around. Just barely, though. They really want us to put our soul into it. I don't think I'm going to be able to, whatever memories I get out of this, I think I'm going to have to dedicate a day to leveling them up. I don't think I'm going to be able to use anything we get on the other side of this. These things I say are sometimes not serious. I don't know if I should bring up the Reddit post again or if I'm just going to lose everyone on this one, but where is it? I was responsible for this subject of frustration. Here in Winnipeg, our eldest jail has written jail and its founding. Yeah, there's Jailer's Muse. There's this cool whiskey bar in Vancouver. I'm not in Vancouver now. I'm in Ontario, and I realized that this makes me one of these terrible Eastern Canadians that just doesn't understand the plights of Westerners. But I can assure you that I left my heart in Western Canada. Yeah, there was a place called Jailer's Muse, a similar idea. They had a pretty cool whiskey. There was the Irish Heather, which I swear, sold meals basically like the Sweet Bones. They had this place in the back called Shebeen, which is like where they'd have the weird and rare whiskey. I think they had to move. I know like that part of town kind of got taken over during COVID, so I'm not quite sure where they are right now. But yeah, there's definitely a couple places, and I don't think that's just a Winnipeg thing. I think there's a few places where you're from Nova Scotia, the East has your heart. Okay, so we need to switch. I've got a coworker actually that's currently working in Nova Scotia. It's just like this little village. Like essentially, they went there because it was very affordable. So they're sort of renovating a place, and I mean, I think they're in a city where like the population is just slowly declining every year. But yeah, he describes it as paradise. I would seriously consider that. Like, this is like, that would be my hush house basically. But the catch is that I know the internet access is not what it needs to be, and like to a certain extent that almost sounds really, really nice to not have to worry about that internet access, right up until I wanted to do a stream, and then at that point I would suddenly start feeling the need to be a little bit closer to civilization. I do really want to visit though. Alright, the Lesser Bridge. Brandcrew Jail, built in 1896 at the behest of Nocturnal Branch to contain troubles unseemly and occult. A mere 6 years later, after the Ortuccio incident, the branch came itself to be considered unseemly and occult, and its functions were absorbed into the Suppression Bureau, but the jail still stands. Over the gate is the Bureau's motto, Alice si licet tibi non licet, commonly rendered as "It is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you." Oh yeah. No, I don't want to suggest that it's without internet. I talked with him specifically about speeds, and I gave him an example. It's like, to do a broadcast, this is usually what I need, and he took a look at it. He's like, yeah, I don't think where I'm at, it'll work. I know that I know remote internet is an issue in Canada, but it's not a that's not a specific problem that that Nova Scotia's, well, at least the parts I would probably wind up living in. But yeah, that's the big challenge, is that I've found for some of the, like, okay, so a good example of this with Weather Factory. Actually, let me see if that's online. Sorry, I know I'm getting distracted from streaming stuff, but I am charging them for this, so okay, cool. So like, I did give Weather Factory a video of the Steam stream, like of the stream on the page, the store page. So that was a 40 gigabyte file. And then there's another video that I gave to them just for, for another purpose. That wound up being like a 20 gigabyte file. And the difficulty there is that you can sometimes, sometimes it's just a matter of being patient. But in the case of broadcasts especially, there are certain expectations in terms of video quality and the real-time aspect. And so with that in mind, I used to think I was actually quite open in terms of going to certain places. But now actually the internet access is one of the things that I do look at least for as long as I don't exactly make a lot of money doing the broadcasting stuff, but if I'm charging someone, I'm implicitly committing to a certain level of quality and like timeliness in terms of what I give them. So I try to make sure that I'm set up for that. All right, so in Persia, Texas, Bacata, the yew is called Sordkar, which is the red tree. Now, this is going to be relevant for the yew tree, which is the red tree. There, they had long understood the grail root. In later times, the great king of Pontus had beehives set in the branches of the oldest of the female trees. The berries of the Pontine yew open the door to death, but the honey of their flowers opens a different door entirely. This was not the great king's Mithridate, but one who has suckled at the great yew fears poison no longer. Perhaps they should. Nathaniel is here distracted, however, by the toxic properties of certain inks. He does mention, more usefully, that the minor ink of power, Ugol, can be brewed through the rites of the roots with the assistance of the aspect nectar, which I think we already knew. Hey, we got an earth sign out of that too. All right. So I don't need to worry about getting another one of those. So I think that's a good day's work. We're going to have a little bit of work ahead of us to get rights of the roots leveled up. But we're also through most of the books. So this is actually, like, overall, this is a pretty decent place for us to be. You work in conservation, and the animals you work with are here, so here I am. Is there, feel free to unpack more. Like, is there a specific animal that you work with, or is it just, whatever? I don't know. Like, if there's a rotation, or if there's a level of specialization that you require. So I realize conservation is a very big topic. So that's probably not even the right way to ask it. But I'm trying to think of the right hook, and I feel obligated to ask that because we still have the beasties. By the way, does anybody have a favorite animal in the game yet? I know we've got the cat sitting in front of the door. So yeah, this will eventually be moved up to level 4. But I think I'm going to wind up dedicating a lot of my attention to... Well, here's what we'll do. Let's, as is usual, we'll let the day run through, and I'm going to start thinking about how I might be able to work with Mr. Kill to go a little bit further into the nocturnal rooms. Okay. Actually, it's pretty straightforward with Mr. Kill. It's he starts with 2 winter. We give him a regret, a whist, and Solomon's preparation, and we've opened that door. So, depending on what the weather gives us, we're good. Now, I can try and risk some stuff with the forge texts. I may also want to reevaluate what I think is too difficult. Well, 14 scale is definitely too difficult. But 10 Grail with the Rose of Nuriel? We can get up to 7, 8... Yeah, okay, so the funny thing is, with Arab, we would be able to read this. So I'm pretty sure we're going to bring in Mr. Kill. And it's a cloudy day, so that's helpful for Rites of the Roots, though. So we're going to set aside the health and the tryst to get the levels. I guess I can throw the earth sign at this right away. So I would need to find 3 afterwards. Yeah, so essentially all my elements of the soul are spoken for, but I'm okay with that. I am going to need to do a little fancy footwork with my memories, but I think we can make this work. Mr. Kill likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. Large North Americans. Oh, I love lynxes. Lynx and cougars. Trying to reestablish extinct eastern groups with western animals and diversify genetics to avoid issues. On a second doctorate, my God, was slow going as a francophone. That's very impressive. So, yeah, I should have asked, that would mean, I'm assuming this means you're Acadian, because I did live in New West in BC, which I think is the largest francophone community on the western side, on Western Canada. But obviously, I'm in Ottawa now, so I'm probably like a 45-minute walk into Quebec. I also still am struggling to learn French, but yeah, I'm beginning to appreciate at least the other half of the country that I live in now. Raised among Acadians, cool. Magnificent green cockatoo on numerous occasions. That wonderful bird has remained almost entirely inaudible. Yeah, I quite like the living relic. But I think much like the food, all of the animals have just a wonderful character. Okay, so there's a little bit of, like I said, there's a little bit of fancy footwork to do here. My main focus is actually going to be on improving Rites of the Roots. So We'll read a familiar knock passage. I'm going to go to the Sweet Bones and renew my whist, because no matter what happens, we know that we need to get the whist again. So tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. In summer, I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. So there's a little bit of a game of chicken that I wind up playing here, as far as the memories are concerned. And the trick basically becomes like, how many things am I willing? The last couple of times I've been willing to, like, I've not even given my companions a chance to generate memories from conversation. So this is perfect, right? Now we don't need to worry about generating the winter memory for Mr. Kill, and we're ready to go. But yeah, the challenge has been is that I haven't really given my companions enough time to contribute to the improvements that I want to make. And what it usually just means is that I can get less done in the day. So in this case here, I'm even, so basically I can use the Faust and the Shap to get the remaining lessons that I need. However, if I'm lucky, I'm going to be able to generate another either Moth or Nectar lesson from talking with Mr. Kill, which will help me. It'll help me make a little more progress. So yes, we'll keep talking with him. Oh, UBC alumnus. That is where I did my... well, I did a little bit of upgrading at Douglas College, but both my undergrad and graduate were at UBC. Because I don't like change. Okay. This is trickier than I thought. Actually, hang on. I need to think about this a little bit, because if I can get the Earth sign for sure, but I got to think about where I get my other Moth and Nectar from.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me.
BB9S, thank you very much for the follow. So, you know, the funny thing is, I think there's actually only one memory I can get from the books that I have. The Memory Impulse is the only Moth one that I have. The Nectar I can get is from the Earth sign, but that's only 2 memories. So I either need Rain, which is not going to happen today, or I need to generate a memory from a recipe. And this is good, because I've actually been feeling like I've underinvested in this. So this is going to be a little bit of a challenge, but I'm just going to take a quick minute and see if I can work this out for myself. So a named riddle. A named riddle will do the trick. But that messes up my plans for... well, okay, let's see. We can actually... Let's experiment. Name day riddle. Oh, of course. I know what happened here. I suspect that was actually a name day riddle I found, and okay, actually this is encouraging. So what I can do is I can go to Natan's desk instead. So I'm trying to avoid using the tryst here. So I'll take the memory impulse. I will go back to Edict's Liminal. This time we'll use the Shapt. We will use that with the shears. There we go. Conceive a mothly riddle. Okay, so next up, I'm going to get another... I'm going to get another impulse. So familiar passage, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And then finally, I am going to need to get another element of the soul, and not just to boost Mr. Kill, but I'm going to need to get another element of the soul in order to be able to get the third memory that I require. So we're going back for seconds. It's a little more complicated than I was expecting, but this is good because I'm starting to engage with crafting in a slightly more meaningful way. It's a little bit of a drawback from a broadcasting point of view, because I know some people don't like extended silence while I'm trying to figure this stuff out, but this is also part of the fun of the game, is to... Like, I don't know about you, but I really like the process of feeling like, well, why would I ever do X, Y, or Z? Like, that doesn't feel like a very useful thing. Oops. And then, of course, you turn around and it winds up being, spectacularly useful. It just wasn't, useful in the way. Oh, you know what? If I had been thinking... No, the impulse was still the right call. Money's cheap. Money's plentiful, but yeah, no. I actually wasn't really expecting to need these memories until later. Okay, let's drink another Solomon's Preparation. I can offer my assistant something to drink. And better now. Okay, so we have an impulse. I don't have to read Wrapped in the King again. I have other sources for other sources for Earth Sign, but sometimes it's nice just to have something that you're guaranteed. So yeah, again, a little, in retrospect, a little clowny in terms of how I handled the day. There are other ways that I could have managed this, but we got through it well enough. So we will unlock the Blackened Yard. A ferocious heat has scorched, even melted the stones, but as at the bridge, it's only here and there. Horribly, here and there mostly seem to be where people happen to be standing. Charred, cracked bones scatter the yard. It is kind of neat how grim the part of the this part of the house is turning out. Like I was sort of looking forward to the very relaxing sound of the sea over here, but we're actually getting to a rather nasty part of the building. I mean, it makes. I guess if you're going to put a jail here, if you're going to put a jail anywhere, the part deep into the building where people can't actually get out of it would make sense, but. A deceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gervenius van Loren was notoriously fond of these. Okay, so it does invite the question in terms of how we're going to improve rights of the roots in future, but that's a tomorrow me problem. Well, actually, I guess we could get one more level out of this doing the exact same thing and then just waiting for the weather. So I guess it would be 2 levels. But hopefully this will help me out in future future nectar efforts. So we'll be up to 5 next. Yeah, so that's 1 more than we already have, and more importantly, it is moth and nectar. Actually, that still doesn't help me because of the pale desk. Jail Yard. The jail was nicknamed the Cucurbit for the alchemist's flask that distills and refines. Prisoners would become better versions of themselves, realigned to responsibility. Hence, though it would have been much safer to confine the more potent inmates to their sealed cells, Governor Collars insisted that even they should be allowed fresh air and exercise. The nocturnal period. By the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasms had brought Hush House to penury. Out of curiosity, does anybody know which librarian what that was? Because we do actually know who was responsible. Nocturnal branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding, but submitted to yearly inspections, and also surrendered a portion of the aisle for the branch's prison. So as far as I can tell, there's nothing in this area other than just gloom. And then this is the exercise yard. The prisoners of the Cucurbit were permitted to grow neither too strong nor too weak. So the usual crafting elements, soul, skill, and memory, and it will accept more elements of the soul and memory. So it's a little bit like the Practic Garden. This is for if you're dressed in a fancy way, and this is if you're in an orange jumpsuit. Okay, so 11 winter should be... Actually, it may not be achievable, now that I think of it. 11 grail. Ooh. This might be the point I start breaking and trying to get more elements of the soul. But something for us to think about later. I do probably need to think about wrapping up because we're almost an hour past where I would normally finish, and I do need to confess, so one, I have some writing I need to finish today, and then I've been falling behind on a few things. I'm so close to finishing, but I do actually need to deliver them. So I've been doing the really long broadcasts for a while. One, because, getting ready for the release of Book of Hours. But it did also... I was essentially going right up to the time when I sort of wanted to go to sleep. And the drawback here is that I do actually have some things to get through, which means that I need to spend a little more time. But let's at least try and make something of tomorrow, especially if we get a visitor. It'd be kind of neat. But I figure I can at least try and work out a game plan. Evath. I'll wait for the Ark of the Covenant to finish its business. thank you very much for subscribing. I don't think I've seen you speak up in chat yet, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Lucky Wandering, we actually seem to have a very similar academic career. So I was a very indifferent student because I knew I was going to be working in film, and it took me a while to sort of figure out that I did have a bit of an academic bent, and so did eventually wind up back at school. But I had a lot of repairing, especially because while I wanted to go to school for philosophy originally, I really got into economics, and so a C- in mathematics is not the sort of thing that allows you to do your best work as an economist. But I got over it. Like, it's, it's like any skill. If you have a passion for it, you tend to put something of yourself in it, and it's a little easier to learn. Okay, with the hail, so there's a small chance with the right character, so if you get a 4-edge character, we can turn them into 7, 8 with a tool, 9. Yeah. 9 with a drink, but we're still short. So my better option is to try and use the sky. Essentially for the same reasons. I suppose the only difference here is that I at least have the Foss to throw at them. Okay, so I think it's clear we do want to see what we can get at the Sweet Bones. So seek unusual help, what visitors might be passing through. We'll wait for a day. I may throw some shaft at these books, or alternatively watch a couple of the films. And then it does seem that there are things going on in the world, or we may just get a generic visitor. Either way, things are afoot. Just recently found your content looking for stuff about Book of Hours. I've got quite a bit of playtime on Cultist Simulator, and you've been looking forward to this since you first heard about it. Just wanted to let you know that I appreciate what you do. Thank you very much, Evath. Yeah, I don't talk a lot in Twitch channels usually, and I actually don't watch that many streams, but I also kind of recognized when I was doing more YouTube stuff, like I never comment on YouTube videos, but I know for myself I like it when other people comment on YouTube videos, particularly on mine. So I never want to like draw people out in terms of talking. But on the other hand, I do like hearing from people. So I really appreciate that. I hope you've been having a great time with Book of Hours. I certainly have. But I also appreciate the support. So thank you very much for that. The consulting engineer, this is the first special hireling that we found, and I suspect this is just what the doctor ordered. So we will do a quick review of what we need. So in this case, the Grail and Heart isn't helped, but we do have an 11 Forge here. So this is potentially a candidate, but we do also have Sky, and my usual rule has been to try and go for the most ambitious of the rooms, and then move down from there. This is particularly important because hail doesn't come that often. So like the combination of a specialist and the weather, it's rarer than let's say bringing Mr. Kill up to 10 winter. So we've got 4 Sky from the consulting engineer. So we'll have 1 Sky from the Faust. And that's, unless I were to turn my Faust into something higher level. This is something that would always be the highest that I can contribute. And then we have the astrolabe. And finally, because it's hailing, we have a more powerful memory than usual. So, the basic amount that we're working with, 4 from the sky, 1 from the Faust, 1 from the tool, and 3 from the memory. So 4 and 3 is 7, 8, and 9. So now the question is, where do I get the remaining 3 sky? And unfortunately, I think I'm gonna walk away empty-handed on this one, which is funny because the game has definitely indicated that there are when you need to recover a malady with sky, it usually says sort of find an effervescent drink. So in this case, it's probably something we haven't found yet. So first thing I want to do is just like take a minute and go through my stocks, because if I'm able to get the 12 sky, that's unique. That's something that I'm not normally able to do, and I want to be able to lock it in right away. And if I can't, no big deal. You know, sometimes there are some mysteries that you need to sort out at another time. But I do want to make sure that I'm taking as comprehensive as a view as I can on solving this one. I think if I mouse over the aspect... Oh, okay, actually this is easier then. I was kind of under the impression that this wouldn't work for aspects, and I don't know why I had that view, but this is the astrolabe that's going to help us. Oh yes, I should actually also see what other items the engineer can pick up, but again, we don't necessarily know that we're going to use them yet. Yeah, so I'm really coming up short on winter, or so on sky materials. So as far as I can tell, we don't have any sky food. Can we cook the chicken? Yeah, so it looks like we're a bust on sky food, and then for drink, we just have the 1 point. So it seems to me, barring... So we don't know what the special item... we don't know what the special item for the consulting engineer is. They may be able to accept something else, but it would seem to me like we're too short for the Shrieking Gull Cloud, which is not the end of the world. That's the reason why we do this sort of an inventory. So the next question is, if I were to do the same exercise but with Forge, what would happen? So for Forge, so 1 from Shapt. Technically, we could get 1 more if we had metal, but again, I'm being stubborn. 1 from the tool, and then if we were to use something like Foresight, we'd get 2. So 4, 5, 6, 8. So we need 11. We'd need to find 3 there. Actually, weirdly enough, I think we're in the same challenge. I think we got the same problem that we have for this other one, which is I'm just shy of what I need for my forge. So with the forge drink, we can get 2 forge out of that. But I don't have a forge food, I don't think. Even the coffee, actually I guess the Dawn Lion coffee is what we've got here. That's only 1 forge. but unless we can find forge food, it's not clear that hiring the engineer does the trick. So, what this really comes down to is the question, like, am I willing to spend 24 pence on like a chance? And is there a way that I might be able to, like, what are my chances of being able to find out how to make a more like a more powerful sky or forge drink in time for the end of the day? I suppose the other option would be if I found a more powerful forge memory. Actually, that's one thing I can check on my spreadsheet. I'll probably wrap up here, but let's just take a second. So here's an interesting dilemma. If we use an instrument with furs and feathers, so if we can do the scholar level recipe, we can get a 4 sky memory, which is one more than the... Well, then again, the sky limitation was 12, so we'd need 2. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to sleep on this one, but we don't have too much of the day lost if we take a look at who's visiting. So, oh, the Affair of the Unfettered Eye. So here's what we'll do: we'll get a preview of what's coming up, and then this will be our cliffhanger for Friday's episode. So, Signor Corso Reverte. So, this would have been someone I could have learned Hyksos from, except that I would like to satisfy the requirements of the quest. If you can sleep, this game is keeping you up as well. Yeah, no, there's a couple of YouTube videos of me doing like 10-hour streams on this one. So, the thing is, I actually don't mind. I don't mind sort of sleeping on this one because I do have my spreadsheet. Like, basically the problem here is that my skill spreadsheet alone is 56 entries. I don't think tomes are going to help here just because, you know, we already have our memory. But the thing is that I have some like notes in terms of what the required inputs are. But chances are I'm going to be able to fill in a few gaps there in terms of the inputs to make some like educated guesses in terms of what the results are. And then the remaining gaps are the most interesting to me because those are the ones that are potentially generating like special drinks and such. So in this case here, just being able to put a day between me and the stream and like just kind of do the accounting would sort of help. And then there's always like the little things like, you know, the misshapen fruit, like that doesn't seem to be like something you can normally regenerate, but it does have like a special aspect sometimes that might win the day. So anyways, but let's see where we're up with. So Signor Corso Reverte, manuscript hunter, legacy scavenger, mercenary. Many would question his ethics, few would deny his acuteness. So, visitor at the affair of the unfettered eye. Visited Hush House on business connected with the unfettered eye. A visitor, the primary route by which books enter and leave the library. The arrival of a visitor may be cause for a variety of emotions. Understands Sanskrit, as do I. Understands Hyksos. Understands this sly language well enough to read or teach it. An occupant. Understands Greek. Understands Frisian. Interested in Grail. And interested in Lantern. And they are visiting on the affair of the unfettered eye. Masana, a prosperous little desert village that has become in recent years a place of pilgrimage. There have been peculiar manifestations there as of late, villagers gifted with sight or struck blind. The church has dispatched its representatives to investigate. Visitors with an interest in lantern mysteries will want to talk about this. And of course, the other dilemma that I'm faced with, I've got 6 minutes for this visitor. I am going to have to choose to use the consulting engineer considerably sooner than that. But in a pinch, we should be able to find a bed for really the librarian's quarters. Visitors will stay in a suitable bed for a little longer in case you think you might be close to finding a suitable book. This is one thing I like about having this much of the house opened up, is it's a little easier to keep people around in the bed. I'm actually curious if there's going to be a Grail bed, it would presumably be the one where the birth happened. Yeah. Yeah, so there's more than one place. Yeah. Okay, it's going to be a little tricky, so I think I am going to leave it here just because there's interesting possibilities for me to work with. I am slightly inclined towards hiring the consulting engineer and just seeing what they can do, because in the end, losing 24 pence when I've got, £2 in reserves, well, I can basically make that mistake 10 times. So, it's... I do need to keep some perspective in terms of, what this stuff costs me. The problem is that, as romantic as this idea is, right? Who cares about money? We try and experiment with these things. It is nice to have some sort of a framework for how you're going to achieve the thing that you're looking for, right? So what are the conditions under which I feel that I can get the necessary sky? What are the conditions under which I feel I can get the necessary forge? If it winds up being like Denzel and it's like you can use a metal, it's like, okay, I can use the wire, but this wire will be used exactly once. How do I get more? How do I make more? We have not explored any of that yet, and metal is the thing. I believe this is the only metal in Hush House right now, and it doesn't seem to be the sort of thing that comes out of the sea. So, once I come to terms with the consulting engineer, I will. So, assuming that we wind up hiring them, most of the Tog Verb's going to be spent upgrading them for either their sky or their forge. Once that happens, if it's forge, I'm probably not going to see this happen. But basically, we have got 2 forge techs, which we can sort of roll the dice with. Much the same way that I did with those nectar texts. After that, we're in sort of a similar story with the Rose of Nuriel. In fact, I'll add that to the list here. Hard to say the Kukurbit Prisoner Records is a candidate here. As nice as it is to have 5 rights of the roots, so 5, we get 6 from the health, 8 from the memory, and then 9. Well, yeah, we can get up to 9. I just don't think that's going to push us over the edge. The Red Book of Brittany, I don't think we have that much rose, to be honest. We're actually really short on rose. So it's even worse because I don't have the fat. can read Fusine, so that's not as big of a deal. The Book of True Blood is an interesting one because we do actually have fairly powerful edge aspect, but 14 is also very high. So 6 with well, a winning move might actually help. So I've got 9. Excuse me. I've got 9 that I know of, which is very short of the 14 goal. But if the winning move winds up pushing us over the edge, there's a possibility there. I don't think Medusa's Lament is realistic. Burning Woman, similarly, we're already struggling to get our our existing Forge texts taken care of. The 3 and 3, I know we have quite a bit of Moon from Inks of Containment, but 5, yeah, actually 5 is less than I have for some of my other things. So we would need to come up with another 9 Moon, and given that Trist only gives us 1 Moon, we're short there. And then Book of the White Cat, 16 Sky is a lot to ask. Yeah, I'm counting in the tool already, but it's like there's no way I'm going to be able to get the required. The best I could hope for there would be to get 2 edge memories and to have 2 contradictions available at the same time. That's just not a realistic. That's just not a realistic expectation. So I believe the 9 that I was already accounting for was the 6 from Auroral Contemplations, the 2 from a memory, and the 1 from the Saw. So we need 5 on top of that. So essentially what we'd want would be wall art and 2 memory events. And if you're waiting for 3 of the random events to turn your way, you're not you're not getting that book. That's the easy answer. So yeah, I'll put I feel comfortable enough moving the Rose of Nuriel. Like, that's one where if the memory breaks our way, we can see that working. Or if I just finally decide to get an Arab. But our best bet is Glimmerings and the Temptations of Architecture. We've got 2 of those. And you never know. I mean, they may sort of break through a given skill, like Bells and Braziers. Maybe the Sky winds up going to some ridiculous level. It would be hard to outdo Sacralamea, but you never know. But I figured this is the more realistic in terms of the texts. And then, of course, we still have Experiment Beyond Sight, which we're capable of reading, and the Admonitory Automata project essentially has the same logic as these ones, except that I don't believe I can use a tool, so I'm slightly worse off in terms of studying it. Yeah, but I wouldn't be using the Hail for that book. I'd be using the Hail for the Consulting Engineer, because I have... well, I wouldn't be using it for the Forge, but the hope here is the Shrieking Gull Cloud. So, basically, the thing... I'm thinking more long term. Like, basically what I'm trying to do, this higher level here is my 2 hard pile. And what I've noticed is over time I've been slowly accumulating some skills which make these easier books to handle. And so what happened was I think there was like a scale text which I had put in the 2 hard pile, and I think I needed a memory out of it, but like otherwise that was a text that I was guaranteed to get. Whereas in the case of Forge, this is one where I basically am 1 Forge short. So again, theoretically I could put something in the Tree of Wisdoms to get metal, and I'd be able to read the Glimmerings, but same reason I'd be able to read the Rose of Nuriel. But there's just simply other things to do right now, so I haven't felt the need to do that. And then finally, when all of that is said and done, I don't think I've got anything I can work with on curses, but we may be able to remove the Chaonic Theoplasma at some point. So the curse here needs 7 heart. Well, that's not going to help. Theoplasma needs 7 heart. Is it all heart then? Okay, that makes it easier. Of course I don't have the right aspects. These may help up here, but I'm specifically interested in the Theoplasma and the curse. Really good for infestations. Okay. Again, not heart. I'm really coming up short for fixing books. So I guess the best that I could hope for would be, well, no, we'd still need to apply some kind of a skill. But maybe those crafting stations that'll take more than one memory might see us through. Anyways, a conversation for another time. It is the 22nd, nope, 23rd. But yeah, so main focus is going to be the engineer, and then we'll move on from there. But thank you everybody for sticking with me, especially as I was trying to work out my remaining steps. I am interested in seeing what happens in the world, but that's going to have to be for Friday because I am tired and I want to see. I don't know. If nothing else, I just want to think a little bit about I want to try and think a little bit about what my next steps are going to be. So what I would like to do, I want to try and host someone playing Book of Hours. Now the drawback is I'm never 100% sure. I don't want to be mean about this, but I have had a bit of a track record in terms of hosting, and sometimes the host has not been great. I'm not trying to suggest that's going to be what happens right now, and I'm not going to suggest that not picking someone, implies, but like I remember there was one time I hosted and somebody had very strong opinions about the design, like ones that I thought were slightly disrespectful because I happen to know, like they're basically, I think they said this was like the Weather Factory's first game, and I'm pretty sure. So I know Lottie started on the Sunless Sea expansion. I'm pretty sure Alexis is at like 14 years of game development experience now. Anyways, I don't like it when people talk down games. Like, we have enough YouTubers to like talk down games. It's just something that kind of rubs me the wrong way. So I've been feeling more and more gun shy, so I wanted to take a quick look. I was interested in one. It says Magic then Book of Hours, but it seems like they're in Magic right now. So I think I will try hosting Nightcloak 27. Says returning to book after crashes. So let's give that one a try. So again, the reason why I said this, it is absolutely not to knock other broadcasters. The reason I just say that is that I feel in particular, especially because I've been given a copy of this game for promotional purposes as opposed to being a backer this time around, I do want to just, hand you off to somebody who I think will be doing a good job on this, and I don't have a way of predicting that. So I hope you have a good time with Nightcloak 27. I will stick around a little bit for myself to see how it goes. And as for me, I will see hopefully a number of you on Friday when I'm back streaming. Usually on Fridays I wind up going starting a little bit later, sometimes a lot later, just because it's a nice chance for me to kind of go out, get a walk, and just generally like let the week sort of wash off of me. And one very practical thing, I haven't been able to read as much as I wanted lately, so just, getting a chance to sit down and read a book before playing the book game would be nice. So just a heads up on that, I may be a bit later in starting than my posted time, but I will absolutely be streaming no matter what on Friday. Otherwise, if you're just here for a temporary run with Book of Hours, thank you for your time. I will leave you in, hopefully, what are the capable hands of Nightcloak 27. Have a lovely evening, everybody. Talk to you later.